So you came up, you were flipping through and you saw that Jesus and Paul never existed. Is that what you said? Or you saw the thing up there?
Yeah, prove us wrong, and
Yeah.
then check out our book,
Mm-hmm.
Christ
Christ before Jesus. That's just the
Before
name of
Jesus.
the book. Mm-hmm.
And so, when was that book written?
When was the book written?
Yeah.
Over the course of a couple of years and published in early 2024.
Okay, I was just wondering.
Yeah.
Well,
But
the reason
anyways,
why I
what
came
you
up,
got? What you got for us?
or the reason why I came up is, okay, it says Jesus and Paul never existed.
Mm-hmm.
Prove us wrong.
Right.
Well, how can you prove that they never existed?
Because
How
the
old are you?
stories say what?
How old are you?
How old am I?
Yeah.
What does that have to do with anything?
Well, I'm just asking you. I mean, because you making this bold statement, so I'm like, okay, where's everything lining up at? Where's the credence at? But go ahead, go ahead. I'm sorry, I don't want to
I'm
get
confused.
you.
No, I was just wondering like why you're asking my age. What is that? What is that?
Well, I'm just asking because you look fairly young, and for you to have this strong stance saying that Jesus and Paul never existed,
Mm-hmm.
that's a strong statement. And then you reference a book that was just released a few years ago.
Mm-hmm.
And so all these are strong statements. Where are you getting this from?
I apologize. What does my age have to do with that?
Okay, don't get caught up on that. Okay,
Well,
forget
I
I
mean,
even
you
told
asked
you.
it. Yeah, I'm just confused. Yeah.
Okay, but your age,
Uh huh.
the book age, as far as what you reference at the bottom, the age of the Bible, what have you. I mean, pick any one of them. The point
Yeah, I'm
is,
wondering what that has to do with it. Because I
all
mean,
right,
you brought up the age thing.
the point is what I'm saying to you.
30.
What's giving you this strong sense where you can say these statements and stand on them
Right.
as
Yeah.
some type of evidence?
The evidence that we have from the first century that shows how the world was, how the geography of like Judea and Jerusalem was, the theology and whatnot of the Jewish people during that time. And when we compare the New Testament stories, like in the Gospels and Acts and the Pauline epistles, to what we know about the first century from an archaeological standpoint, geographical standpoint, that kind of thing, it doesn't line up.
In what ways does it not line up?
Yeah, so like when in Matthew 23, Jesus is talking about rabbis, and he says you shouldn't listen to them, and he talks about how they dress, where they sit in the synagogues, that kind of thing. That's problematic because the first rabbi doesn't show up for another 40 years after Jesus dies.
The
So that
first
wouldn't make any
rabbi
sense.
doesn't
Yep.
show up.
Yep.
So
Rabbi
you're
is in a
saying,
position until Yohanan ben Zakkai starts the first rabbinic school outside of Jerusalem after the first Jewish-Roman War. He gets permission from Emperor Vespasian to start a school there.
so
That's
you're
when rabbinic
saying that,
Judaism starts. Prior
so
to
you're
that, they
saying that
were under
when,
like the Mosaic law, that kind of thing. Well,
so your profession that when Jesus walked this earth and he was followed by the Pharisees and the false teachers and all this, that he was for, like the Bible's lining out, that he was talking to these people with these titles, that these titles didn't exist
yes.
until after the fact.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So it's what's called an anachronism. It's something that's in a story that's out of place in time. So if I told you a story about someone from the 1960s who owns an iPhone, you would know that story's bullshit, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's because the iPhone's anachronistic. It's something that's out of place in time. So likewise, we can take a look at the Gospels, see that there's multiple problems like this. Rabbis is just one of many different ones that are issues, and they keep popping up. So this is just proof that this is something that's written later on from people who weren't familiar with that time and weren't there at that time.
Okay. All right, I get what you're saying.
Mm-hmm.
But okay, now let's consider
Okay.
the whatever source, whatever evidence that you have that
What source?
suggests
Well, the
that
source is the. Like okay, keep going.
that that suggests that rabbis did not exist
Okay.
years ago, thousands of years ago, and so forth.
Okay. I
All right,
apologize. Was that a
so
question?
what I'm saying is you brought up the fact that Jesus was talking to these people that didn't exist. Where are you getting this so-called evidence from? And how can you
The
prove
rabbis.
that they didn't exist
The
thousands
rabbis
of
say that
years
the
ago?
first rabbinic school is in 70. The
Okay,
Mishnah.
the first school, that doesn't mean
That's
that.
when rabbis begin. Prior to that, they don't use the word rabbi. The rabbi is not in the Old Testament. It's not in intertestament books or like Jewish apocrypha, like the Maccabees and stuff. It's not in any tablets or fragments or anything like that from the first century. It's not mentioned by Josephus or Philo of Alexandria or any Jewish people at that time. We don't get anybody called rabbi until 70.
Okay, and so I've never heard this before, first of all. And then second of
Understandable,
all,
because I mean, why would the church ever tell you that there's a problem like this? Why
well,
would the
first of
church
all,
admit that they're talking about iPhones in the 1960s? It's something like that. You know what I mean? Like, why would they
yeah,
say that?
I heard what you're saying, but listen to me. So we have a conflict here.
Okay,
First of all, I've never heard this, and then I already explained that. But then second of all, could there be another way to explain this as far as wording, things like that? Who knows? But then third of all, and most important of all, you talking to someone that used to be an atheist that didn't believe in the Bible, didn't believe in God
I'm
or
talking to
anything.
somebody like
Yeah.
like
So I'm
you
saying
were or
that
something. Is that what you're saying?
yeah, yeah. That's what I'm saying to you.
I don't care if you're an atheist or not.
No,
Why do I care?
no. What I'm saying to you is you talking to someone that used to be an atheist that didn't believe in the Bible, God, or anything.
Okay, so
But then
what was
listen
the
to me.
evidence that what was the evidence that convinced you, not of
Okay,
like no, listen, not of like God. That's not what I'm talking about. Not about Jesus being around and doing miracles today. That's not what I'm talking about. What convinced you that Jesus existed 2,000 years ago, like in Judea?
okay.
Like
I'm glad
what was the
you.
evidence they provided that showed you this
I'm.
is an actual historical story?
You said they provided who?
Like the people who converted you.
No. So that's where you're
So
wrong at.
you were never
So
converted?
listen.
You just read a
No, no,
book on
no,
your own and
no. You
decided it
said
was true?
they. So this is what I'm saying. Listen to me.
Did you
Calm
ever
down.
speak to somebody about the religion when you became a Christian?
I'm about to explain to you, but
So
you got the whole
it's
narrative.
just a yes or
I'm,
no.
you got the whole narrative
It's
wrong,
just a
and that's
yes.
what I'm trying to.
Then just answer yes or no. Did you speak to someone during your conversion from atheism to whatever religion you are?
No,
You didn't. Okay. So that means you read a book and you
no.
decided that it was true on your own.
That's your assumption. No, that's not
Okay.
what
So
happened.
do you believe that Jesus or Paul existed 2,000 years ago?
So again, if
Okay.
you let
Yes
me
or no?
explain
Just yes or no. Do you
how I
believe?
came into the
Okay.
faith,
Sweet. So listen, I don't want to drop you, but you're going to have to start answering questions. Yes or
that's
no?
what
Do
I'm
you
trying to do. I'm trying to
Well,
explain to you,
no.
but you're
What
giving
you're
me
doing
difficult.
is what you're doing is not going to be beneficial towards talking about it because I can already tell that you try to like dodge anything that's historical. Do you believe that Jesus and Paul existed 2,000 years ago? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay, and that's fine because obviously that's what you're up here to defend. The issue is you either had to talk to someone who explained the evidence for you, or you read the evidence or came about the evidence on your own. Those are the only two options. That you either found the evidence on your own or someone told you the evidence. It's one of the two. All right. So what I'm trying to get at is there's something that must have convinced you that
Mm-hmm.
they existed 2,000 years ago. All right.
Mm-hmm.
And you either read it or saw it, I guess, maybe on like a YouTube video or something, or listened to a
Mm-hmm.
podcast or something. But again, that would
You're
still
making
be
a lot
someone
of
telling you.
assumptions.
I mean, those are the only options. I'm not going to
No.
accept like, oh, Jesus came down and told me it was true or something. Like that's not going to be accepted, and we'll move on if that's what you're about to say. So
Okay.
you either read the book, and the only truth be told, the only way that you'd even know that Jesus existed is if someone told you, like, and his name was Jesus, especially Paul, is if you read the Bible or
Mm-hmm.
someone told you. There's no other way that you'd know the name Paul associated with
Mm-hmm.
Christianity.
Exactly.
So
Mm-hmm.
so you either read the
So
Bible or someone read it
so
to you. All right.
So can you listen to me lay it out for you
I mean,
real quick?
if you say anything about how it's like some weird, like supernatural experience as opposed to the actual evidence, we're gonna go ahead and drop you. But go ahead.
Well, go ahead and drop me, bud,
Well,
because you
is
just
that the whole thing? Is it's
you are
just
just
like
reluctant.
it's
Well,
just
well, I
Jesus came
started
down
out.
and showed you
I
his dick or
started out
something?
by telling you. I started out by telling you a critical point that I was an atheist. I didn't believe in the
Mm-hmm.
Bible
Mm-hmm.
or God for
And
years.
then what you told me is that no one told you about it, and you didn't
Okay,
talk to anybody whenever you
and
converted.
so and then I told you I was about to explain to you how it happened, whether you believe it or if your idea about how it came about.
Okay.
That's not
All right.
concerning to
You know
me.
what? You know
I can
what?
only tell you my personal
Go
experience.
ahead and answer the what the initial question was, which is what evidence convinced you that Jesus existed in history? I'm going to give you the floor. It's probably going to be something weird and supernatural.
Well,
But go ahead.
you ain't got to down me before I speak. But
Well, I mean,
okay,
I told you and I tried my best to try to tell you not to bring that up, but I feel
yeah.
like you're still gonna do that. And that's what
Well,
we were trying to avoid, which is why I didn't let you prattle on. But go ahead and answer, and let's see if I was right. Go ahead. What was the evidence that
okay,
convinced you that Jesus existed historically? Go ahead.
okay. So when I was telling you that I was an atheist for all this time, I was in prison for 18 years, and I believed that the Bible was a fiction. I used to tell people,
Okay.
don't believe in it.
Sure.
Everything. I went there.
Yeah. So let's
So
get to the evidence.
okay. So in my cell in 2020, in my prison cell,
Uh huh.
I encountered the Holy Spirit
Yeah, there it
of
is.
God. Yes, better believe it.
All right. Yep. And I told you
And so, you'll
that's
never
why I was
understand that
asking
because you're
you.
not open to it.
Yeah, yeah. So how
You'll
did you know
never
it was the
understand
Holy
that because you're
Spirit
not
if
open
you've
to it.
never heard of it?
Huh?
How did you know it was the Holy Spirit if you'd never read the Bible and you'd never had anybody explain what the Holy Spirit was to you?
I'm glad you asked. I'm glad you asked.
Go ahead.
So brother, listen to me. I want you to just not harden your heart so hard.
Just answer the damn
So,
question,
all
man.
right,
Like
I
just answer
understand, but
it. Like it's
listen to
okay,
me.
just answer.
Listen, I understand that. But when I tell you that when God touches you in a supernatural way that you've been saying, in a supernatural way,
Mhm.
he reveals himself to you. Is a truth that is beyond you.
How did you
Is
know what God
an
it
experience
was? How did you know what God it was?
because there's only one true God.
How do you know that?
Because I know that there's only one true
What's
God,
his name?
and
Is it a
his name is
he? Is it a
Jesus Christ.
Oh, Jesus. Okay.
His-
How'd you find that the name was Jesus Christ? Did you read it in a book or did somebody tell you his name was Jesus Christ?
okay, so after I experienced the Holy Spirit, I started reading the Bible 5 hours out the
Oh, there
day.
it is. Okay, so you read the book. I told
After,
you read the
after,
book.
after, after I had the encounter with him,
Okay.
I started reading
So,
it,
wait,
and then
hold
that's
up. You
when,
didn't say that you had an encounter with him. You said you had an encounter with the Holy Spirit.
yeah. But so God is the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit,
Well,
and they
you just
are
said the Holy
one.
Spirit.
But they are one.
Okay,
And
where
so
did
when
you
I
hear the
went,
idea that they were one?
so I
Where did you
understand
hear
that
the
this
idea that they were
conversation is
one? Was that from the Bible?
so.
Was that from the
Yes,
Bible? Okay. So, did you know that going into your meeting with the Holy Spirit? You knew that when you were talking with the Holy Spirit that this was actually God? You knew that? When you had the conversation, you were like, that's the Holy Spirit, but it's actually God. You knew that already?
it wasn't necessarily a conversation. It was a
Oh, okay.
conviction.
So then how did
It
you know
was
you were
a.
talking to
It
God and
was. It
not
was. It
just the
was
Holy Spirit?
awakening. It was an awakening.
Yeah, cool.
It was an
How did you
understanding.
know you were talking to both God and the Holy Spirit and not just the Holy Spirit? Because if like somebody came up to me and started talking to me, I wouldn't assume that they were also two different people. I would assume that I'm just talking to this one person. So what was it that convinced you that you were actually like how did you end up knowing that you were talking to more than just the being that you encountered in your prison cell?
Okay, so what I'm saying to you is, once I encountered that, then I started reading the Bible,
Yeah,
and
yeah. So
everything, the
yeah.
revelation started coming
And
to me.
really quick, how did you
God
know
started
to pick the
revealing Himself
Bible?
to me.
How did you know to pick the
Huh?
Bible? Like in other words, how did you not have an experience and you thought, "Oh my God, I need to go read the Bhagavad Gita. I need to read about all these Hindu gods." How did you know not to read that? How did you know not to read the Book of Mormon or the Quran? How did you know to specifically read the Bible? How did you know that?
But
Uh
let
huh.
me tell you something that you can't understand. When God convicts you and He touches you,
Yeah,
then
no.
you
How did you
are
know it was
awakened.
that particular
Listen
God?
to
That's
me.
what I'm asking.
Listen to me. Listen to me. Then you are awakened to the truth and who He is and what's real and what's fake.
Okay, cool. So, what was it that convinced you that this being that you were
In
talking
that
to,
instant, I knew
it,
that the Holy Bible is real. It's
uh huh.
His word.
How did you know that was that God's word?
There
How
was
did
an
you know you were
awakening. There
talking
was
to
an
the God of the
understanding.
Bible? How did you know you were talking to the God of Abraham and Isaac and Jacob as opposed to like Lord Zenu or Vishnu? How did you know that you were talking to that?
Because the Holy Spirit convicted me about God and who He is and who I'm to follow after and seek after, and that's why. So the Bible, everything
All right.
collectively together, I was drawn to it, and I started drawing close to God.
Okay. So in other words, you had like an experience in a prison cell, and somehow that experience told you who you were talking to, and it also somehow told you what book to start reading so that you'd know who you're talking to.
So you're separating things.
That's what you
So
told me. You told me
so
that
so.
the experience that you had in your prison
Mhm.
cell somehow convicted you enough to read one particular book as opposed to any other book, and that's how
Mhm.
you knew what you were talking to.
And so what I'm saying to you is the reason why I say you're separating things is you got to understand, and you can't even understand this. You got to understand that when God can touches you and convicts you
Uh-huh.
about who He is
Yeah, but
and His
again, you
word,
don't
the
know
truth.
who he was until you read the book is what you said. That's the
No,
problem.
I knew who He was
Oh,
by
you
His
knew who he
Spirit.
was when you were talking to it before you read the book.
Yeah, I knew who He was by His Spirit,
Oh,
and His
okay. Before
Spirit,
you read the book.
and
Before you read the book?
yes, and
So
then
during
His
the
Spirit,
conversation, you knew who, like, which God it was.
and that's what I mean by you're
I'm
separating
asking a
it.
yes or no question. During the
That's what
conversation,
I'm
did you
saying.
know?
You're separating it. When
No,
I
I'm
say
asking.
that
I'm
you're
asking you.
separating it,
Then just say no. If that's not the case, then just say no. If it is the
that's not
case,
what
then
I'm
say
saying.
yes. Then say yes. If no is not what you're saying, then say yes. It's as simple as that, man.
So what?
The reason you
So
probably
what
got in
I'm.
prison is because you can't understand the concept of yes versus
so
no. But that being
now you
said,
want to check my
whenever,
character?
whenever, whenever, whenever you were talking to this spirit, whenever you were talking to it, did you already, like, during the conversation, did you know what spirit and what God and what religion it was all associated with? Like, did
I
you already
pray
know
that
that?
you. I pray that you are awakened one day.
I'm asking you a question, man. Just answer it. Can you, do you not have the ability to answer yes or no questions? Your God is incapable of giving you the knowledge of yes or no? Is that the problem? Uh, the funny thing about this, you can still hear me because you're off the app. You didn't actually like leave the live. So you're going to continue to hear me until you actually come in and leave the live or it drops you. Again, I want to reiterate the reason you probably made it to prison is because you're not capable of understanding the concept of yes or no. That, I mean, that's probably the reason why. And look, I'm happy. I am happy that you made it out. I'm glad for you. I really am. Honestly, I am. But dear God, dude, like you just kind of had a cool experience or whatever, or an experience that you thought was something or another, and that just made you have a particular um, belief. It's whatever. Hello there on YouTube, by the way. There's 275 people in there. Definitely a lot of people on both TikTok and YouTube that are watching. If you're on YouTube and you want to come up, you have some evidence for Jesus or Paul, I'd like to hear it. Obviously, the last guy was talking about like a theological kind of thing or some kind of experience that he had. That's not really what I'm talking about, though. I'm talking about whether or not Jesus and Paul existed, even in a natural sense, back 2,000 years ago. If you've got evidence for them, come on up. I'd like to hear from you. I take guests on TikTok. YouTube doesn't allow for me to take guests or anything like that. But the link to the TikTok is in the chat or on the YouTube profile. If you don't have a TikTok or you don't want to hop onto TikTok or anything like that, you can send a super chat over on YouTube and I will read it out loud and respond to it here live on air. So if you have any questions or just want to say, hey, that guy in a cowboy hat's kind of a douchebag, you can do that. That's fine. Just send over a super chat. We do have some super chats really fast. $2 there from Elope Nope said, mods, you win, no caps. All caps. Elope Nope. So first of all, thank you, Elope Nope, for being a member over there on YouTube, part of the 35-second gang there on YouTube. But I don't know why he hates not writing in all caps. I don't get it. And then in all caps again, $20 there. Thank you very, very much from Elope Nope says, hey, modern Christians, would it be acceptable for a father to threaten to unalive their son because God told you to? They will say it's justified. Crazy world, huh? Well, that's what Abraham in your Bible did. Good Lord. Well, that's not exactly what we're talking about here, but yeah, that's true. He see, the craziest part about what Abraham did isn't just that he said, yes, like, I'll do it. It's not just that. That's terrible. And obviously, it gets Isaac ends up getting substituted for a sheep in the story. Maybe not in the original, but whatever. I get that. The craziest part, though, is not where he says, yes, I'll sacrifice my son. That's not the craziest part. The craziest part is that he heard God say that and didn't immediately go, what God was that? Or what was that? That wasn't my God. The fact that he heard that and thought, yep, that sounds like my God, shows you just how terrible the God of the Old Testament actually is. All right. Let's see here. We got somebody who's coming out. This is Trevi. Is it Trevi Trev? Trevi Trev?
Yeah, no, I'm a friendly. This was an accident. How do I get out of here?
Oh, no problem. Not a problem. I'll go ahead and get you.
Pull the lever, Kronk. Wrong lever!
All right. There you go. Spicy Alamo on TikTok said, Marcion was right. Old God is bad. Yep. That's how that works. I know what's wrong with it. Ain't got no gas in it. I know what's wrong with it. Ain't got no gas in it. I'm working on it. It's getting better. Kind of. Sort of. Maybe. It's classified. All right. Let's see. Why do we even have that lever? Yes, again, New God is good. Inball Stern. Yeah, I mean, New God is better. I mean, it depends. Ish. Seems that original that you did. Did you really? Again, if you have any arguments for Jesus or Paul, come on up. The request button is right about there or down there. They're on TikTok. If you are on YouTube and you want to come up, the link is in the chat, or you can send a super chat and I'll read that out. If you have any questions or say, oh, hey, like Josephus was evidence for Jesus. It's not going to get you anywhere, but you can send it and I'll read it out. Serapis has the meat. He does have the meats.
Arby's, we have the meats.
Oh, shit!
That's why they call him Black Salami.
Pretty much. We have the meat. Yeah, we do.
And boom goes the dynamite.
Again, if you've got any evidence for Jesus or Paul, come on up. I want to hear from you. Again, we're not talking morals or supernatural stuff. Just history. Just pure, unadulterated history. That's all that it is. It's just history, guys. All right. Priapus actually has the meat. That is very true, Christina the Godless. 1/3 of the hosts from Girls Gone Godless, which is a podcast that can be found anywhere podcasts are found. Again, that's Girls Gone Godless. GGG.
Bella! Where the hell have you been, Luca?
You can hear the cringe in the hug, too. Oh, man. And that's probably the most that Kristen Stewart's ever smiled in her life. All right. Kindred Locke on TikTok said, "What's the evidence against Paul's existence?" Well, come on up. We'll talk about it. We will talk about it. Yeah, we will. We will. It's true. It's very true. Snake305 said, "Just curious, how did you wake up without Jesus today?" How did I wake up? Your mom woke me up.
Flawless victory.
All right. Jimmy Boy says, "The most she smiled is probably when the final movie wrapped up." Probably. Probably. All right. Renee Roche said, "Read the Bible." Well, come on up. We can talk about the Bible, or at least what the Bible has in it. Aluminum sent $5, says, "Take out the prove me wrong and write it as listen to me say how do you know. Only way this even comes off as rational." Not even really. Oh, that's from someone else, I guess. That's funny. Renee Roche says, "You should not talk about this topic. You are rude to people." Okay. Well, I'm going to keep talking about it.
Nice.
And I'm probably, I don't know why you think I'm rude or something. You're literally telling me to stop talking about a topic and I'm the rude one? I don't know about that.
Oh my.
Anyone else bother the title and center? So no, it's just, it depends on if you're on an iPhone or an Android. It's weird. I got to put it somewhere that everybody's happy with it. Don't even get me started. A Puck Unreal there on TikTok says, "Christians can't help getting mad. They are so angry about everything." Yeah. That's how it goes. Russell Cameron says, "Please keep talking about it. LOL." There we go. There we go. Yeah. Pickle77 says, "Asking for proof or evidence is rude. Feelings aren't evidence?" What? I can't tell you that, just, I like the story, so therefore it's true.
I like turtles.
Shut up. Jesus. Who invited that kid? Anyways. Frick. Mirden says, "You mean an iPhone or a good phone?" Yeah. Pretty much. Pretty much. Oh, man. But have you considered magic? No, I have not considered magic. Well, actually, I did consider magic there for a while, but I don't anymore. Because I'm not an idiot. And if you consider magic, then come on up. All right. Inball Stern says, "Can I talk to you, please?" Yeah, sure. I sent you an invite. Just come on up. What you got? Is it in?
Inbal. It's a Israeli name, okay?
Yeah, I couldn't pronounce it. Stern, I can pronounce.
No, you can. Inbal. It's like how it is.
Inbal?
Inbal. Yes. It's the clapper.
Nicholas.
What?
No, it's from it. Anyway, Miss Stern, how's it going? What you got?
It's going well. I came across your talks like a month or 2 months ago, and
okay,
yes, very interesting. Inbal. By the way, it's the clapper of the bell. So this thingy in the bell. This is Inbal, the clapper of the bell.
All right.
I'm just explaining the meaning of my name. Just
yeah, no worries. Anyways, what you got for us?
I have nothing. I have a question.
Okay.
I have a question because I really want to know. I just want to clarify for myself. So, what you say is that there was no man like that at all, and I'm talking about
like Jesus or Paul.
Yeshua.
Yeah. Yeah, I would say that even the natural Jesus and Paul as presented by the New Testament did not exist. Yeah.
Not exist at all. So
Mhm.
there was no like figure like that.
Right.
Okay. And it's based on I understand you're a super expert. I really appreciate it because no,
Not
I
just an
do. I
expert,
really do.
a super expert.
Exactly. No, I appreciate it. Oh, Lord, you with your gimmicks. Lord, listen, I appreciate it. I really do. I like people that going all the way to find something. And if, it's great, I think. I don't have the time or ability. So you buy the evidence, all those techniques and stuff you say, it was there was not a man like that.
Yeah.
It was invented. Wow.
Yeah, I would say that the stories, even the natural ones, come from prior works. There's some creativity, there's some originality, as with any text, but
Yeah.
I mean, it's just it's not a real history. It's a work of fiction or a mythology, but it's still,
Yeah.
you know,
Tiny teeny, maybe there was a person that was born like that.
I wouldn't even
nothing.
say that. I would say that
Wow.
if they're basing it off of somebody, it's somebody who has nothing to do with it. Like the name Jesus probably comes from Jesus ben Sirach or Yeshua ben Sirach, which is he's the author of the text The Wisdom of Sirach, which you may possibly know. I don't know if you know it or not. But The Wisdom of Sirach or Ecclesiasticus, it's written in the early 2nd century BCE in Hebrew, and then translated by the author's grandson in the late 2nd century BCE into Greek. And it gets utilized quite a bit. Jesus echoes some of these teachings that are found in there. And so if they're going to pull the name Jesus, it's probably from that guy. But of course, that guy did not live in Nazareth or Bethlehem at any point. He didn't have anything to do with Pontius Pilate. He was hundreds of years prior. So it wouldn't have made any sense. But yeah.
Was I meant to be pulled up here yet?
Well, it's all no worries, no worries. She was just asking a question, and then I'll get to you in just a moment.
Oh yeah. So what you said, just for me to understand, you said there was this like Yeshua of Soria or whatever that
Sirach,
lived.
Jesus ben Sirach, yeah, the son of Sirach.
Jesus ben Sirach, and that lived 100 years before the legend Jesus, and he wrote something. He wrote a book.
It's called The Wisdom of Sirach. We have that today. Yeah. We've got it in Hebrew and in Greek. Yeah.
Oh wow! And so this is the closest.
Yeah, that'd be the closest thing to a Jesus, realistically, that they were possibly basing it on. But this is the book here. It is actually found in the Catholic. Many Catholic Bibles will actually have it. They tend to put it in the Old Testament. They don't put it in the New Testament, but they put it in the Old Testament because it's so early.
That's insane. That's insane. So, wow, it's like Harry Potter. Like somebody what's the author? She wrote the book like
J.K. Rowling.
20 years,
Yeah.
30 years.
Yeah.
And then 1,000 years later, it is a real person.
Yeah. 1,000 years later, some fan fiction comes up about it, and then you end up with like.
Oh my Lord, that is so funny.
Yeah, it's kind of silly.
It's silly, but to fight with a belief system and imagine and hope and love and all that you cannot. But I agree with you. I try to go to some facts, so at least I know. I can live in I can believe in Santa Claus or Harry Potter or whatever I want, or angels. But at least I know that is I believe it's not based on
reality,
on it close to fact or it close to reality. This is my brain. This is my what I want to feel in the world. Yeah, I appreciate your work really. I wanted to tell that to my friends, but I knew I like it. I already telling them things they don't want to listen to. So I'm like, I'm not going to do it because I'm not an expert. Also, I'll just gibberish. I will like.
Well,
I will
if
I don't know what
if
to
they
say.
want to
You
request
need to
up,
come.
tell them about the live, and we can talk about it. But
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, no
I'll
problem.
appear from time to time. I have more questions, but I don't know. No evidence. No, sir.
Oh well, yeah, no worries. But thank you very much,
Thank you. I
Inbal,
appreciate it.
for
Inbal.
yeah.
Inbal. You can call me Inbal.
I don't even know if
Thank
I
you
hear
so
a
much for
difference.
coming up here
So
and being so polite, sir.
we'll go with that. But thank you very much, Miss Stern, for coming up.
Yes, mister.
Wait, was she calling me Mister, or was she telling me that it should have been Mr. Stern?
Can you hear me? Sorry.
I don't know what I was supposed to say. Will.
You were very polite though. It's okay.
All right. It's like symbol. Wait, is anybody pronouncing the word CYMBAL? It's symbol, right? It's synonymous with the word symbol, like a dollar sign, like a symbol, right? Is it supposed to be pronounced like symbol or something like that? Am I pronounced? Is this something that I'm too Texan to understand? Is that what this is? Am I just now finding out that I've been saying like ball or bell or bowl wrong or something? What?
Are you able to hear me?
Yeah, I'm able to hear you. Wait, what you got? But before we get to you really fast, we got $5 there, super chat there. Elope Nope said this live stream is like my daily dose of Starbucks. And then a little coffee. Yeah, that's true. It can get kind of a bit of an endorphin rush whenever you get into a conversation with some people. And then $9.99 from Ajim12. Thank you very much, Doctor. Not a doctor. I gave a copy of your book to someone I met on a plane yesterday. She's a life coach in DFW and a former Mormon. Awesome. Thank you very, very much. We made friends discussing the book, so you have a new fan. I have a new friend. I think that's, or just a friend I haven't met yet. Let's see. Heart from Queefy. Yes. Thank you very, very much, Dr. Ajim. Thank you very, very much, Doctor. And hopefully I end up talking to them and possibly even meeting them because I'm over here in the kind of close to the DFW area. All right. It's Logan.
It's just Logan.
Logan.
Yep.
Yeah. What you got, man?
You care if I bring my camera on here too, so we can have a face-to-face conversation?
I mean,
if you don't mind,
the people on YouTube aren't going to be able to see it, so it's just.
Yeah, I mean, just for me and you, really.
It don't matter. It's all good, man. It's all good. What you got?
That's fine. Yeah. First off, can we start off with? I don't know where your beliefs lie. Are you saying that Jesus isn't?
Pardon? Yeah, mythicist. I'm saying that even the natural Jesus and Paul, as presented by the Bible, New Testament, as well as the Quran and the Book of Mormon, didn't exist. Yeah.
No, I mean, like, are you a Christian? Like, do you still believe in God and everything? Are you still a Christian? Do you believe in God and everything as well?
It's as soon as I get into my denomination and everything like that, then immediately people are like, "Oh, that's why he believes what he believes." Mm-hmm. I know what's wrong with it. Ain't got no gas in it. Oh, okay. Anyways, what you got?
Love Wildcat. Anyway, so you don't believe Jesus ever existed, or Paul? I can't say too much about Paul. I haven't read too much of the books that he wrote or anything like that, or anything about him much. But there's, quite a lot of documentation of a man named Jesus from Nazareth, and it's attributed to all the things that he's done.
1 second. A man named Jesus from Nazareth. Okay. I would like for you to point out one time that anyone outside of the Bible itself said that Jesus came from Nazareth.
Okay, came from Nazareth. Okay. Well, the Bible says he came from Nazareth, but there are other books that claim that Jesus was a real person. So if they're claiming that he was a real person,
from Nazareth.
Hold on. Jesus was a real person, and also in same places that the Bible writes about their Jesus from Nazareth being in.
would also probably be the same Jesus. Just like most people believe that I'm sure you've heard this. Alexander the Great was a real person, and other people think that there's a few others, and there's much further less documentation on them.
Much
Like,
further
Alexander-
less documentation for who?
For Alexander the Great, but people still believe he's a real person.
No, there's not.
There's only two documentations that go back to Alexander the Great, and they were written 400 years after he was dead.
That's not
The
accurate at
Gospels
all.
Okay. Can you find something otherwise?
Yeah, the Babylonian astronomical diary, which dates to his lifetime, which is contemporary of him and mentions his death.
In the year 608 or BC.
The Babylonian astronomical diary is a series of tablets that were written down over a period of about 300 years.
But so you have one tablet there that says
That mentions
something.
him. It's contemporary.
Yeah, there's also the Quran and
That's
many other
not contemporary.
But really, what I'm not going to argue with you on it and everything.
Cool.
That's not what
Well, what you said
Hold on,
was demonstrably false. It's because you picked up the idea that we don't have anything for 400 years afterwards. And by the way, the Maccabees themselves, like First Maccabees, like it literally starts off by mentioning Alexander the Great. In fact, in the Greek, it calls him a Christ, by the way.
I get what,
and that's 100 years after him.
Everybody's hardest part is the fact that the Bible is written by so many people, so many different people.
No. So your point was that we have much more less evidence
I'm
for
sorry
Alexander
for
the Great.
Yeah.
Right. But you said we have less evidence for Alexander the Great than we do Jesus. No, we don't, unless you're just kind of picking one particular statistic or something.
Because you also
what
have
you're trying to do is say what? What was that?
People eyewitnessed Jesus. Okay, they're not
Who?
alive today. No.
Who?
All the disciples that also wrote the books. Have you read the Bible?
What book is written by one of the disciples and then says, I saw Jesus during his earthly ministry? What
All
book
the
says that?
Gospels were either written by eyewitness.
All the
or
Gospels?
People that knew eyewitness. Okay, sorry. All the New
Have
Testament.
you read the Bible?
I have.
Okay. So what are the four
And
Gospels?
it's written. Huh?
What are the four Gospels? What are they called?
Were either written by eyewitness
Mm-hmm.
accounts or people who knew eyewitness. And I'm talking about the New Testament, not just Gospels. And you're
Okay.
talking about
That's fine.
Luke,
So
Luke, Mark. I
what
can't put this on my
particular?
head.
So was Mark a eyewitness?
My friend.
Mhm.
No, Mark was not.
Mark was not an eyewitness.
No,
Okay.
but was Matthew? I can't really
Matthew,
contribute to
as
Mark.
in like one of the disciples.
Yeah, was Matthew not an eyewitness?
Yeah,
Was he
Matthew's
not?
the name of one of the disciples. So yeah, that's not a problem.
He not- you're-
Yeah, not a problem.
that's
Where
what
in
you-
Matthew
you
does
don't
it say it's written by
either,
Matthew?
so-
Where in Matthew does it say it's written by Matthew, sir? What verse? We'll pull it up. We'll all see it.
I mean, it's the book of Matthew. I mean, I don't think it would really be.
When do you think
So
it was
you-
called
You
that?
need so much factoid. And
When do you
like
think
I
it was
said-
called that?
Hold on. Can you be patient, please? I'm
Yeah.
sorry.
So
I'm trying
you
to be
said
patient
no.
with you
Well,
too,
we're,
but you
we're trying to.
can't-
We're
you're
trying to. I'm trying to
streamline.
stick you to your own
Yeah,
point
you're-
here
hold on.
because you
No,
tried to say
exactly,
that
and
we
that's
have
the thing.
eyewitnesses of Jesus,
Hold
and
on.
now you're backing down because you can't find a verse that says it's
Hold on.
written by eyewitnesses.
You see, that's what you do. You're not
I mean,
trying to.
you
Hold on,
made
you
a
gotta let me
point.
talk too. I've been letting you talk. I'm sorry.
right.
I really
Listen,
am. I'm trying to
listen.
be patient with
All right.
you. I love you so much. I do.
You're muted. You said we have writings from eyewitnesses of Jesus. Please show me anything in these texts that indicates that it is written by an eyewitness of Jesus. Go ahead.
Hello, can you hear
I can hear you now.
me? Well, I can't give you anything right there. But
You can't?
if you read it, hold on. I
All right.
can't give you anything off the top of my head. No, I can't.
Slow
off the
down,
top of
slow
my
down.
head.
So why
I
did
can
you
slow,
say
but
it?
I'm sorry, you have to talk. I have to talk fast.
Okay. So why did you say it? If you can't back it up, why'd you say it? Go ahead. You can unmute.
Can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, yeah, I'm sorry for talking fast. You're not really giving me much time to talk, so I have.
All right, and you're muted again. Stop giving me the meta. I don't care. I've never said anything about how fast you were talking. I'm talking about how you said something that you cannot back up. Why
But
did you
to run a
say
good
that?
show-
Why did you say that we have anything written by an eyewitness when you can't prove to me that we have anything written
To
by an
run a good
eyewitness?
show, where you have good ground from each party of people that you're talking to, you should let them have their own ground to
Yeah,
talk.
you're
You let
still
the other
talking
woman
about the
before you.
meta. Just give me the evidence that we have something from an eyewitness.
I can't hear
So,
over this. I hear the echo.
some guy came in and got
Yeah.
disconnected. Okay.
So,
One second. All right. Yeah, there was some guy who came in here for some reason. Okay.
can you hear me?
Yeah.
I do want to apologize for that, and you could, hold me against that. I shouldn't have said anything that I couldn't pull up right now. In fact, factually show you right now. I shouldn't have said that.
Okay.
I shouldn't bring my
Do you
beliefs to the
believe?
table.
Do you believe that we have anything from eyewitnesses? Do you think that that's true?
Oh yeah, I certainly do. I certainly think that the Christian faith and the religion has grown, and the books would not have gone if there weren't those eyewitness people seeing what Jesus did and be willing to give up their lives to go out and spread testimonial, to share His
So
word.
you don't believe that the
that's my
religion could get
belief.
that
I would
big
need
if it
to
wasn't
dig
from
deeper.
eyewitnesses? Is that what you're saying?
Pardon?
If we didn't have eyewitness testimony, you don't think the religion could get that big?
I also said a lot more than that big. I don't think there would be people going out to spread something like that,
Mm-hmm.
because before Christ, there was Judaism, right? Before Jesus, there was Judaism, right?
What was the largest religion prior to Christianity in the Western world?
In the Western, it's
In the Roman Empire.
paganism, probably paganism.
What do you think paganism is?
Well, I know what paganism is.
What is it?
It's believing in multiple gods, for one. So not all pagan religions are the same religion.
Okay.
But
So when I asked you what religion and you just said pagan, that's not. Pagan is literally anything outside of Christianity.
Were the Romans not? No, I thought pagan was multiple gods. But
pagan could be any amount of gods. It's a term that the Christians used. It's based on the Latin word paganus, which means like country dweller or redneck. Is basically what it means.
Okay.
So
well, anyway,
it's people who didn't believe in Christianity. But nevertheless, pagan, sure. But what religion was the biggest religion prior to Christianity there in the Roman Empire?
I would assume that you have that fact there, so I don't have that fact in front of me. I could Google it also.
The fact that the Roman imperial cult, which is like based off of the Roman pantheon, which is based off the Greek pantheon, that kind of thing, the fact that this was the largest religion, does that mean that the writings about Jupiter and stuff like that had to come from eyewitnesses?
No, but
and these people that were willing to die for their beliefs in battle with Rome, or fighting for Rome, does that mean that they had to come from eyewitnesses?
Was it a forced religion, or
in the empire? In the empire, yes. Prior to that, the Greek gods were not forced religions,
and that's why nobody believes in them anymore. Probably.
Cool. So the Greek gods were not forced religions. Do you believe that there was eyewitnesses of Zeus because people were willing to die for Zeus?
I think many people were confused back then and didn't understand that.
So what that's called is that's called special pleading. Whenever it happens to your religion, it's because it's true. Whenever it happens to other religions, that's because they're confused. Yeah. That you literally just explained to everybody on here that you just fell for a special pleading fallacy, and you repeated nothing but just apologetics talking points. Do you have any evidence to back up what you're saying, or are you just kind of making some claims?
I've seen your lives pop on in a few times, so I wanted to understand where you were from. I didn't know if you were like preaching Satan and stuff like that, or if you were just like, no, Jesus wasn't a real man. He didn't live. I will continue to not agree with you there, but again, until I have more
based off of what evidence?
My faith, my religion.
Okay, so just because your feelings, otherwise, by the way, the Greeks had their feelings and they were confused. How do you know you're not confused? I'm literally using your own word. You said that the religions prior were just confused.
Because they were giving praise to certain things. Like
you don't have any evidence to back up your thoughts or your beliefs. The only thing is your faith, and the Greeks had faith. You disagree with me, but how do you know that you're not just confused? If you don't have any evidence to back up your beliefs, how do you know you're not confused?
What do you mean?
So you said that other religions, other people that have faith, were just confused. You
I
don't have
just go
any evidence
blind.
to back up yours any more than they do. How are
I don't
you
have
not
evidence
confused?
like you do. You have your computer screen in front of you. I have
Mhm.
mine too, but it's not turned on.
Okay, so how do you
already
know
have
you're
all
not
this stuff
confused?
ready up because you know what people are going to come to you and say. Well, what about
Yeah,
this?
how do
And
you know you're not
already have a rebuttal
confused?
planned for it.
Yeah.
You
How
have.
do you know you're
out-
not confused?
What do you mean?
I've asked you this question multiple times and explained
And I
it
told you
multiple times.
it's sheer faith. I
I'm
already told
literally
you that.
using your term. What do you mean?
I
What
told
do
you
I
it's sheer
mean?
faith because in the Christian religion we're supposed to have faith in God, the Almighty.
Cool. You're supposed to have faith in literally every religion. That's what religion is. Yeah.
And
So if someone has faith in Zeus and you said they're
you said-
confused, then how do you know you're not confused when you have faith in your
but
religion?
You said you were a Christian, so I don't see how you where does your faith lie? Do you have more faith in yourself over God?
When did I say I was a Christian?
You said I asked you if you were. You said, "Well, I don't want to get in my denomination." So unless you just meant like I'm not a Christian, but I don't want to get into it. But you didn't say I'm not a Christian. You said I don't want to get into my denomination. So I thought you meant like a denomination of Christianity, or of something else.
Well, you know what happens when you assume. So anyways, how do you know you're not confused?
Well, I assume that's why I was trying to get clarification. I wasn't trying to be rude. This entire time I have not been trying to be rude. I've been trying
Not a
to have
problem.
a conversation.
Not a problem. You're not rude. Just answer the question. How do you know that you're not confused? But other religions were confused when they have faith.
They didn't have faith. They
did.
okay.
Did they
I
have
suppose
evidence? I mean, they believed in something. They either believed it in
Ask me
faith,
questions,
on
I
faith,
gotta
or they had
talk.
evidence. I mean, what other option is there? You already said that they didn't have evidence, so they had to have faith, right?
God bless. Yeah, surely they had faith. They
Okay,
had
cool.
faith that
So
if they
how did you
prayed to
know
the
you're
sun
not
god,
confused when you have
the
faith,
sun god
but
would
they
give
were
them sun,
confused that
and
they
if
have faith?
prayed to the god of rain, that the god of rain would give them rain for their crops. If they
Mm-hmm.
prayed for this, so that's what they believed. So that way they could, rationalize it possibly. I don't certainly know. I didn't live in that time frame, so I can't
Mm-hmm.
tell you exactly for certain what they believed.
Yeah, it's
But
pretty obvious.
that's why they
but
had
again,
gods
how
for
do you know
this
that
thing,
you're
or
not
this
confused when you have the same amount of faith that someone else does, and they're confused?
Like you said, there is faith in it,
Mhm.
but once you follow the Christianity religion, if you want to call it religion,
I do.
I know you would want to call it religion.
That's
I would
what it
call it the
is.
truth because
Cool.
once you become
How do you know
closer
you're
to
not
God,
confused about it because you haven't shown me any evidence for this truth?
unless I lost my mind and I started seeing stuff and just hearing stuff and just going crazy, then okay, I will falter there.
Have you ever seen a miracle?
If someone could prove to me that
Have you ever seen a miracle?
I would love to share my testimony to you. Actually,
That's not what I'm asking. I'm asking, have you seen a miracle? Yes or no?
yeah.
Okay, so you have been seeing stuff. Congratulations.
When I was about 13 years old, my
Cool.
mom used
So
to
you
always
literally
keep her
just said if I
revolver
started
loaded.
seeing stuff, and then you explained that you started seeing stuff when you were 13. So it sounds like you are just as confused as these other people who you said were confused
Well, I
about
didn't
their
see
faith.
stuff. This is just
That's
you said a
literally what you
miracle.
said. You said if I started
Hold on,
hearing
I
stuff
said,
and seeing
I
stuff.
said stuff after. Hold on. You're just tying that together. I was going to give you my testimony. You said because you asked about a miracle.
Yeah,
my
because
mom-
you
my
saw.
parents used to always
I
keep
don't give
a
a
gun
shit about your
loaded.
testimony. The moment you
I
start
went to
telling me
kill
about your
myself
life,
one night,
yeah, cool.
but there was no ammo in.
Well, dude, listen, in no way, shape, or form is anyone on here interested about that. They're just not. All right. We are trying to figure out whether or not Jesus or Paul existed. You try to say that other religions who don't have as much evidence or don't have evidence for their stuff, just like you don't, they are confused, but you were not able to provide evidence for yours or explain how you're not confused. And then you just decided to start talking about your testimony. I don't give a shit, dude. Like, I'm glad that you're still around. If you got out of a dark place in your life, that's awesome. Truly, honestly, from the bottom of my heart, I'm glad that you're still around. There was no Jesus and there was no Paul. You were able to get out of that on your own. That's cool that you like a book. It's cool that you like some characters. But you can do that with any book or without a book. You're fine. You were able to make it out, and Jesus never existed. So be proud of yourself. All right. Let's see. $5 here from Elope Nope says on Super Chat there on YouTube says, I swear you need to put that Peter's verse on the live stream art. You'll get engagements, and I get more dopamine doses. Well, I mean, maybe. I don't know. Maybe. I don't know. Maybe. I don't know. There's not any room to put it. I like to keep it kind of clean. I like to keep everything clean, including my language. I run a family fucking friendly show here. Anyways, $4.99 from Ann Norman there on YouTube says, I am fascinated by your theory. Can you talk about the church founders who might have written or edited the Gospels and the letters of Paul? Yes. So the first time that we get a New Testament canon, it is published in 144 by Marcion. Marcion would, in my opinion, I guess he's a church father, but of course he's deemed heretical by the Proto-Catholic group. And everything they deemed heretical back then was classified as Gnostic. With an umbrella term of Gnostic or Gnosticism, and yeah. But anyways, that being said, I would say that as far as Luke and John go, we can see that Polycarp and Irenaeus come up. Their style of writing comes up pretty close with those two texts. So I would say that Luke and John are pretty closely related to Polycarp and Irenaeus, like as far as the authors go. We do see some connection with Ignatius and some of the Pauline letters as well. Ignatius is also thought to be, from some scholars, and my co-author and I, we also think this, that Ignatius is Peregrinus Proteus, who Lucian of Samosata talks about in 166 as writing books for the Christians, editing others, and then writing letters to different cities. The style of what they're talking about and everything like that, of what their like mentality and stuff also lines up. And Peregrinus Proteus set himself on fire at the Olympic Games in 165 at the opening ceremony after leaving Christianity or getting kicked out of Christianity. The first time that Ignatius is quoted is by Irenaeus, and Irenaeus doesn't say his name. He says a certain man of ours, which kind of insinuates, at least to me, I infer from that he is, I infer from that the person that they're quoting is somebody who they don't want to mention or don't want to name. They're wanting to use their material, but not the person's name. Ignatius doesn't get named until the 3rd century, and Ignatius can very easily mean come from ignite. So like the fiery one is what that could potentially mean there in Latin. So anyways, let's see. Other than that, there's not a lot that I would say is based on these or comes up very close with the style of writing from some of these church fathers. It's kind of hard to pinpoint exactly who writes these texts, but the letters of Paul, I would agree with Dr. Nina Livesey on her work on Paul. Her most recent book that came out in December of 2024 called The Letters of Paul in Their Roman Literary Context. That book goes over how the Marcionite school would have been the people who wrote the epistles. And then we have later additions made to those by later church fathers. Tertullian himself says he has his own edits of Paul's letters. So, yeah, I mean, it's pretty clear that people are adding to it later. We just aren't able too well at this point right now to track down exactly who did it. But we can see that it does show up later after 144 during the time of all these church fathers. So very good question. But in some cases, we just kind of got to throw our hands up and say, I don't know yet. Elope Note $2 says, have that verse scroll like the stock tickers down at the bottom. That would be pretty cool. And why are you writing in all caps still? Like a rebel with a cause. There are Paul remixes? Dope. Oh, you like Romans? Wait till you hear Romans chopped and screwed. All right, let's see if we've got any. We got Joshua B.
Yeah.
Joshua
You
B.
there?
Yeah, I can hear you. What you got, man?
So, my first question to you would be, what is the parameters that you have around your thought process for your studies within the stylistic analysis?
What are the parameters?
Yes.
Like,
so,
in which
are you analyzing like the Gospels, the apostolic writings and letters? Like, what is the parameter that you're analyzing?
So the distance formulas that we use, most notably Eater's Delta or Eater Simple, from Dr. Maciej Eater out of Poland. So those distance formulas are generally going to be looking at the most frequently used words. They're also going to be taking a look at like n-grams, which you can set to either characters or words, like in a string of characters or words, to see if there's any kind of connection there. That is something, especially the n-grams, is going to be something that has been utilized for quite some time to indicate like someone pulling from something else. Like for instance, when I was in school, they used a website, and maybe still use it, I don't know, called Turnitin.com. And what that looked for was any kind of documents that I would write, any papers I would write, I had to upload into Turnitin.com, and it had to check to see, like for plagiarism, do a plagiarism check. And it would see if there was any like sentences or anything like that I wrote that would come up somewhere online from someone else. And based off of a string of words in a row, it would indicate whether or not I pulled it from someone else. Now, I could have some valid reason, I guess, every once in a while, but there was a professor who came up a few months ago, and he said that he generally sets it to about 4 or 5 words. So if there's 4 or 5 words in a row for his students, whenever they upload papers and he checks it, that would indicate to him that they plagiarized that line. But I mean, we find things at like 6 words in a row. They're connecting, let's say, the Gospel of Luke in Greek to the Wisdom of Sirach in Greek. So n-grams is another way that we can kind of take a look at this kind of stuff, but the most frequently used words is going to be the number one parameter, or the number one statistic that they're going to take a look at there, these distance formulas.
So the stylistic analysis that you're saying is not on like the literature itself as a whole, but small pieces of it.
I mean, kinda. I mean, we chop it into pieces to some degree. We've ran things at the chapter level there in the New Testament. We've ran things at the duo chapter level by putting 2 chapters together. We've gone all the way up to about 4 chapters all in one file, or in each individual file. And we've ran it with up to about 2,000 different files or texts, or a little over 2,000 actually, just to kind of see what we get. So we've had huge runs, we've had smaller runs, and that kind of thing. And for the most part, there are some times that it can't get a good read on something, and so it indicates in the runs that you do, it bounces all around, and that just indicates that the distance formula is not really able to get a good read on it as opposed to the other text. So you have to have similarly sized lines. You can't just have like a massive book and then just one line and say, "Oh, does that connect?" Like you can't really do that. It's got to be all similarly sized lines. But yeah, it's the things that don't change whenever you put in a file or take a file out, or when you change the parameters a little bit. It's the things that remain the constant, or a constant. That's how you know that particular text is written by that person or in that style.
The reason why I ask is to, understand if you're using like scholarly criticisms, or if this is a newer way of approaching the criticisms.
I mean, the software that we use is peer-reviewed and accepted. The distance formulas that we use are also peer-reviewed and accepted. Our stilometry work itself is also cited by multiple scholars. Certain scholars have actually reached out to us because of our work on stilometry to help, like, explain to them how to utilize this kind of stuff. So yeah, I mean, and we're working right now on some foundational papers that we needed. in order to get like peer review specifically for our work, but on the data side, on the data science side. But within scholarship, there's people who recognize that this is a legitimate form of analysis there for literary works, but others are, you know, a bit more hesitant to change and start using computers, because it kind of puts these people who learned Greek and studied Greek and spent all this time and money and effort for years in school and everything like that, writing and researching, it kind of puts them out of a job pretty quick if you're able to click a button and it tells you this person wrote that. So, I mean, I get it, but I mean, it's just the future.
The reason why I ask is because I do have a challenge for you. I doubt that it would change your mind at all. But if you look into John chapter 5, verse 2, and the reason why I went into the question before is to see how you were approaching it. Because at first I thought you were going down the criticism route. But since you're not going down that route really, and you're approaching it in a different way, I don't think that this argument will really change anything. But John chapter 5, verse 2, it is talking about the pool of Bethesda.
Yeah.
And
I talk about that quite a bit here.
Yeah, in the pool of Bethesda, it talks about the presentness of this.
Right.
And the individual scholars that give it the later dates and everything, such as into the 2nd century, this would be a challenge for them to actually, answer that. Why is it being written in the present?
I mean, our findings show that all the New Testament was written in the 2nd century. So that would...
And that's why I was saying, that's why I was asking the question, because if you're approaching it in a literary criticism style, that would be a challenge to the literary critic or a source critic. But since you are applying a different critique, I don't think that this would not necessarily...
Well, I mean, I'm not really sure. Are you arguing that this is a problematic verse, or are you arguing that John would be early?
I'm arguing that John would be earlier than the accepted later date.
Oh.
And I would say that because 90 AD is a accepted time frame of when John was writing the Gospel of John. And I would actually say that it was pre-70 AD, because there is no mention of the temple being destroyed, which would be a very major, historical event, and it would have proven Jesus as being accurate, since he doesn't mention that. That poses a real problem.
Yeah. So, well, first of all, not at all. So the Gospel of John is absolutely late. I would not put it in 90, nor would I put it in the range that most people put it, about 90 to 110. I would put John about 160-something. The reason for that is the fact that it's literally never even quoted prior to the 160s. It's not mentioned until about the 160s or the 180s. In fact, that being said, this particular verse is one of the reasons why we know that it's not just late, but it's filled with like anachronisms, things that don't line up with the time. Daniel Wallace, who I'm sure you're probably familiar with, because it seems like you're kind of working off of what he had said. Daniel Wallace, in his 94, 96, somewhere in there, his paper on the Pool of Bethesda, he tried to claim that the Gospel of John had to be early because the present tense verbiage of the Gospel of John in 5:2 there, where it says, in Jerusalem, by the sheep gate there is a pool called in Hebrew Bethzatha or Bethsaida or Bethesda, which has 5 porticos. So it's talking in present tense, while the rest of the chapter is talking about past tense there for Jesus. In fact, after it talks about this pool, it says one man was there, so it goes right back into past tense for the story. So I get that, but nevertheless, as Daniel Wallace points out, he says the 5 porticos that are mentioned here, these are like porches, and these would not have survived the siege of Jerusalem in 70, especially since this is right next to the sheep gate, so it's literally next to the wall. So if they were sieging Jerusalem, there's no chance that those porticos would have stayed there. And Daniel Wallace makes note of that. So he says, if John is talking about porticos that are there, that means that he's talking prior to 70. But he's overlooking something, and that is the idea that John might be talking about something that is currently there, but also very clearly committing anachronisms or anachronistic writing. So he's putting Jesus in a place that the Gospel of John's author doesn't know wasn't there during that time. Because if you imply, well, like Daniel Wallace would believe, or if you assume or presume or have a presupposition that the Gospel of John is written by somebody who either was an eyewitness or knew eyewitnesses or was writing pretty soon after 70 or so, or around 70, then yeah, you would never, the idea that this person is putting an anachronism in the text would never cross your mind. But if you move it so far into the 2nd century that it's very clearly not from an eyewitness or someone who knew any eyewitnesses and isn't even from that area, then they themselves would know they themselves would not know that these porticos were not there in 30 whenever Jesus was supposedly around. Another part into this is that whenever it talks about the Jewish people or the Pharisees or any kind of group of them in John, it always says the Jews. It'll say the Jews there. Later on, it says, now the day was the Sabbath, so the Jews said to the man. So the reason why it's saying that is because of the fact that the person who's writing it is not only writing well into the 2nd century, not an eyewitness, doesn't know any eyewitnesses, they're also not Jewish. They're not familiar with that area in the way that Daniel Wallace assumes that these people would be aware of it, which would maybe sort of kind of place it early. But the fact that John comes after the other Gospels, and we can date the other Gospels into the 2nd century very, very easily, especially using this data science, it shows that this Pool of Bethesda argument is actually something that is detrimental to the idea that John is from an eyewitness, or detrimental to the story of Jesus in general, because it's in there. Like it's actually quite an albatross as opposed to some kind of way out of the problem or way into the 1st century.
I would disagree with your characterization of that verse holding an anachronism. And the reason why is because the 5 portcullises that it states is proven within archaeology today.
Yeah, they're part of an Asclepian.
If you were to look into certain archaeological books, such as God Came Down, which is a number 1 bestseller right now, I believe, within archaeological books, it actually talks about it and confirms that there were 5 portcullises.
That is correct. That is correct. They do not date to the time of Jesus, however. They are part of an Asclepian, which is a temple to the Greek healer god Asclepius, which absolutely would have been mentioned by Josephus when he goes through his explanation as to how Jerusalem's geography is all laid out, like all the buildings and streets. It is not something that anybody has a problem with, which is strange as well, considering the fact that Philo of Alexandria and Josephus both talk about how Pilate brought in been either statues or just a shield to put onto a wall that was pagan or something that was not Jewish into Jerusalem, and the Jewish people were up in arms about it, and they were absolutely upset about that kind of stuff to the point to where it needed to be removed. If there was an Asclepion, like a temple to the Greek healer god Asclepius, in Jerusalem, right across the street from the Jewish temple, that would have absolutely been something Josephus would have mentioned. The 5 porticos you were talking about have been found, absolutely, but they were part of something that Emperor Hadrian built, because Emperor Hadrian built Serapions and Asclepions after the Bar Kokhba revolt. So that would have been in the 130s and would be about 100 years away from when Jesus supposedly was alive. In fact, the way that it actually depicts it is indicative of an Asclepion, because the way that these people are treating these things, these 5 porticos, is where blind, lame, and paralyzed people would lay. And one man who's there, Jesus ends up healing him and everything like that. And he explains, he says, "Sir, I have no one to put me into the pool when the water is stirred up, and while I am making my way, someone else steps down ahead of me." This is indicative of what they believed about Asclepius healing you through the magical or supernatural elements of the pool. If you'll notice, I'm reading from the NRSVU, which leaves out verse 4. The reason for that is because there is an added verse in some of the John manuscripts that tries to tie this back in with Judaism later on, because they didn't like the fact that there was something that was very clearly more like Greek in there. It adds this verse here. Other ancient authorities add wholly or in part, waiting for the stirring of the water, for an angel of the Lord went down from time to time into the pool and stirred up the water. Whoever stepped in first after the stirring of the water was made well from whatever disease that person had. This is very clearly not a Jewish practice, not at all, but they attempt later on in different manuscripts of John to insert that to try to tie it back in with Judaism, or try to explain what was going on in from a Jewish way, as opposed to accepting the fact that not only is this Asclepion, it's also anachronistic.
I would have to call you out on a fallacy that you just committed, and I would say that you're using a fallacy of silence, an argument from silence, stating that he would have stated this if this was the case.
Josephus, when he goes through all of Jerusalem and talks about the different pools, why wouldn't he talk about this?
But just because he doesn't state something doesn't mean that it wasn't accurate.
Yeah, it's also the votives that we found in these particular porticos in the archaeology. If you look at those archaeological digs, you'll see that those 5 porticos were part of an Asclepion where we find votives to Asclepius in them. So,
but then
that's
also,
what that is.
I would like to bring up the continuous historical, practice that the Hebrews continued to go into pagan idolatry, and this is proven through archaeology as well.
No,
so it is
not
too far-fetched.
Not next to the temple. No,
of course it was.
No, not in the 1st century and 30 next to the temple. Again, that's why I brought up what we do have, which isn't
valley.
So you would actually be committing the very same fallacy you're trying to say that I committed, even though I provided evidence for how these are part of an Asclepion and used your evidence, which is the archaeology, because we don't have any evidence that the Jewish people in that area were practicing some kind of idolatry towards Asclepius. They're in the 30s or the late 20s next to the Jewish temple, not only because of the fact that we don't have anything from Josephus or Philo, but also because of the fact that what we do have from them is complaints from the Jewish people about just simply shields that are placed onto walls in Jerusalem.
I would say that you're pushing that fallacy quite hard, because nowhere in there did I say that something was accurate because it was left out.
Cool. So please show me any evidence. Please show me any evidence of pagan idolatry in Jerusalem in 30 by the Jewish people.
The burn pit that was outside of the
outside of Jerusalem,
the city temple. Yes.
Okay. So what we're talking about is we're talking about
let me
something
explain that.
next to
Let
the
me
Jewish
explain-
temple. So it sounds like you're kind of
Outside
grasping
the
at straws
gates.
at this point. We're talking about
No,
something that is inside
hold on,
Jerusalem next
hold on.
to the Jewish temple in 30. And you brought up a burn pit outside of the city.
Yeah, outside of the city.
A
where,
burn pit outside of the
lot
city that had been around for a long time.
A lot of individuals continued practicing sacrificial rituals throughout their history at that location. And it was right at the city gates.
Okay. So that is evidence of somebody across from the street in Jerusalem, in Judaism, in 30. Like a Jewish person practicing idolatry? To Asclepius at a temple?
So you're saying that all of the manuscripts and everything from the Old Testament are even inaccurate when it comes to claiming that the Jewish individuals continue to fall into
Yeah, now you're appealing to
pagan worship?
something hundreds, maybe even thousands of years prior, according to the stories. Congratulations. Do you have anything from the first century? Because, I mean, we're looking for something in Jerusalem. Otherwise, I guess, if you're pointing to, like, the Dead Sea Scrolls manuscripts to somehow help you here, then I don't know how you're not making the argument from silence. You're saying, oh, hey, they're silent about this. Maybe that means that there could have been some kind of idolatry in there.
It's
Sweet.
not
Well,
even silence,
I'm not-
because I've even said that archaeology even proves that
There
they
is no
have,
archaeology that shows that the Asclepian
worship.
was there in the middle of the first century.
I don't know about this Asclepius character.
Yeah, that's because you didn't read all of the archaeology study. You just kind of read the parts on the apologetics website.
No.
Yes.
Because I don't go onto the apologetics website.
Well, then I don't know what website you didn't read all the way through, because it does tell you that the porticos are part of an Asclepian.
Okay, well, that's good to know. But at the same time and everything, you did commit a argument from silence as well.
Right, yeah, so it's not just the fact that Josephus and Philo don't mention it, it's also the fact that they mention things that are smaller than that, that the Jewish people have a problem with, and the Asclepian and the votives that are found, as well as the 5 porticos. It's not just an argument from silence, it is evidence that there is something that is in this area across the street from the Jewish temple that the Jews would have had a problem with, because the smaller things that are there are brought up very quickly and cause weeks of different dramatic behavior from the Jewish people, like prostrating themselves on the ground in front of, like, Pilate's court, and just staying there for days. Like a whole bunch of different activities that they did, or different displays that they did to show that they were upset with something, as small as some shields that were brought in. So an Asclepian next to the Jewish temple that is never mentioned and was found with, like, Hadrian style archways is not going to be something from 30. That doesn't make a lot of sense. Also, on top of that, I don't even really have to make too much of the argument from silence, because as you stated initially, the verse itself says that there is something there at that time, and the Gospel of John, if it comes after the other Gospels, and the other Gospels can be dated to the 2nd century, the Gospel of John itself is telling you that these porticos and everything are something that are after 70, which would have been destroyed, according to Daniel Wallace and scholars. So, I mean, I'm not just making the argument from silence. I'm using your book, the Bible, and I'm using your evidence, which is the archaeology. The only real way that you would be able to wriggle out of this is if you could somehow show that the Gospel of John was written prior to 70 using other means. Because I can show that it was written well into the 2nd century using other means. So I don't know what you'd have, but you'd, like, if we found a manuscript of John that dated to, like, the 90 or something like that would help. Maybe even earlier. Like, you're needing to be prior to 70. you're needing it to be like 60. Like, it would be an insane amount of work to try to get to that.
How do you explain P52?
P52, yeah. I don't really worry about it at all. Let's go ahead and pull it up real fast.
Because
this
if
is
P52 is dated to be about 125, then it's not too far fetched to say that John was.
Yeah, it's possible. It's possible. Yep, that would make sense. That would make a lot of sense. Here's the problem. So here's P52. This is what he's talking about. And by the way, there's a ton of noise on your side, so I'm going to mute you. It's not because I don't want to hear you or anything like that. It's just because there's a ton of noise. I think you're in like a big truck or something. But you can unmute whenever you're ready here. I'm just muted you just for the time being while I explain this. So P52 is what you're talking about. And by the way, to anybody who's watching, he's saying that if P52 dates to about 125 or so the early 2nd century, then it's not far-fetched to assume that the Gospel of John can go pretty far into the 1st century. That's what he's saying, and I think that he would agree with that. I'm not saying that. I'm not portraying his argument in a terrible light or anything. But what I would say is, yeah, sure, I can kind of sort of agree with that. But here's P52. It's at the John Rylands Research Institute and Library at the University of Manchester. And as their website itself states, P457, Greek P457, is the same code as P52. So anyways, it says, widely regarded as the earliest portion of any New Testament writing ever found, it provides us with invaluable evidence on the spread of Christianity in the provinces of the Roman Empire in the 1st centuries of our era. The first editor dated the fragment to the first half of the 2nd century, which is what the guest is talking about. It would fall within 100 to 150, so about 125. That's the first person to mention it or to publish it and to bring it out and try to guess the date. The date was estimated paleographically by comparing the handwriting with other manuscripts. So in other words, they had to take a look at other things and say, hey, this handwriting kind of looks similar, so we think it might be from that time period. The only issue there is that's kind of a last resort kind of science. And it's not exact, not at all. And so they need more information that comes in so they can compare the manuscripts and the handwriting. Recent research points to a date nearer to 200, but there is as yet no convincing evidence that any earlier fragments from the New Testament survive. So while the guest's argument is fine if it actually would have dated to 125, unfortunately, it's now about 75 years later. So if he's arguing that something from 125 could potentially, like a copy from 125 could potentially be from, like, say 60, which is only 65 years later. Now we have something from 200. So if you want to give that same gap between the original and the copy, that would place the Gospel of John being written at about 135. And again, 135 is when Emperor Hadrian places Asclepians and Serapions all over the area. And that's when I would say that the Asclepian is actually dated to. So I'm going to send you an invite to unmute now. You got to click the little button. There you go. Is that him or is that me? Is that me? Is that me, guys? Am I cutting in and out? Okay, I think I can hear you now. What'd you say?
I was just.
There.
Hold on. Shoot. Okay. So I'm coming into a bad service area. I'm driving my semi right now. I'm talking to you on the hands-free device, but to end it off and everything. Just one last question. And it is, what is
break.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Joshua. I'm fine. I'm fine having a conversation with you. I can't hear you. So whenever you're at a spot, especially not driving, where you can come back up, request back up, and I'll bring you up. But I just couldn't. We couldn't hear you there. It was kind of going in and out. But yeah, in other words, John's the fragment that we have of John, it's the earliest thing that we have from the New Testament, and it dates to about 200, the last year of the 2nd century. So it definitely does not get us into the 1st century at all. In fact, it makes a lot more sense that the earliest fragment we have is from something that was originally written about maybe 30, 40 years prior, as opposed to about 100 or so, especially about 140, which is what he would have been suggesting there. But anyways, excuse me. Sorry about that delay there, John Doe. But what you got for us?
Hey man, what's up?
Hey, not a lot. In fact, what is up is the super chats over there on YouTube. I got to go through them really fast. Let's see, $4.99 there from Itemhead309 says, "Love what you do. Thank you very much." Wait, I don't want to clap really quick and then have to walk that back. So, let's see. Love what you do. How do I respond to people who say that what Josephus, Tacitus, and Pliny the Younger say is enough to prove Jesus existed? They say that. Okay. Well, Josephus is interpolated into. Josephus glazes Jesus pretty hard, so it's pretty clearly not anything that he wrote as a non-Christian. Tacitus makes multiple mistakes and never actually says the name Jesus at all. So that shows you that he's not looking at any kind of arrest record or crucifixion record. There's more that you can get into, though, but I'm trying to give you the easy talking points.
Break.
And then, one second.
Am I hot micing right now?
Well, yeah, I can hear you, but just give me 1 second.
I can turn down my volume. I don't want to hot mic on your.
Well, not a problem, man. I'm going to start talking to you. And then Pliny the Younger never actually says Jesus at all. Doesn't even talk about Christ as if he was a man. So yeah, that kind of helps. $2 there from Elope Nope says, "So I don't get banned from the mods." White flag. What is happening? Elope Nope then $10 says, "Hey, Jesus followers, God has put a seed in your heart and soul. He needs you to send this lost soul a super chat so that he can fill our love and hope from God bless." What is happening? What is that? I don't even understand what that means. No one knows what it means. It's provocative. It gets the people going. $2 from Elope Nope says, "No caps chat. Mods will put you in timeout." Guys, first of all, Elope Nope, stop putting things in all caps. You're gonna piss off the mods. But I mean, hey, if it's in the super chat, it's in the super chat. Honestly, I don't care that much about all caps. Like, it doesn't bother me really. Like, if I'm gonna be honest, like, and this is kind of to the mods now, I don't really care. Like, I mean, maybe if it's a huge fuck off paragraph or something, yeah, it's something. But like, I don't know, something like a line or something, I don't care. It's weird. But yeah, so Aaron says, personally, I think it's funny. Yeah, I think it's funny when Elope Nope goes off in the in the super chats there with the all caps. I think it's funny, but yeah, whatever. Anyways, again, on YouTube, if you want to request up, you can. I take guests on TikTok because YouTube doesn't have that ability. The link to the TikTok is in the chat. Or on the YouTube profile, and you can click that link and you can come up on TikTok. I'll bring you up if you request up. If you don't have a TikTok or don't want to come over here, you can just click or you can send a super chat. And if you send a super chat, say something or ask something, I will read it out loud and I will respond to it. Kind of like I respond to Elope Nope's just off the wall, all caps comments. I don't know. Okay, mods typically reserve all caps so mods announcements can stand out. I guess that makes sense. I mean, I guess it makes sense, but like, I don't know. Anyways, John Doe, what you got?
What's up, man? What do you want to talk about? I mean, about Jesus and stuff like that.
I mean,
you know what I mean, like
his existence.
Yeah,
if possible.
Well, it could be possible, man. They got Roman accountings of Jesus being real. You know, people
like where?
Making fun of Jesus on walls. You know, they left graffiti and shit in the Roman times. I'm sorry if I sound like unintelligent right now. You know, I'm not explaining it. I'm not giving facts to you or anything like that. but I'm just going off of the word of here. Like, I studied this stuff a little bit. I watch
The
YouTube
word of
videos,
hear? Like hearsay?
historian videos,
You're going off
but
of hearsay? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, just hearsay. Basically, all the videos, like historian videos, I watched those a couple of times, and I heard that they have, like, besides biblical, like, letters and stuff like that from the Bible and shit like that, they have
Biblical
actual
letters are generally from the
accountings
Bible.
of Jesus.
Say what?
They got actual accountings of Jesus back then. Like
accountants of Jesus, like
there's this guy with his arms like spread out on the wall.
Accountants of Jesus, like Matthew the tax collector, like that guy.
No, like people accounting to him being real, but they're making fun of Jesus on the wall. Like they graffiti.
I think you're talking about the Alexamenos graffito that dates
Yeah,
to the
yeah,
third
that one,
century
that-
and
that
doesn't
one,
say
yeah.
Jesus Christ or Christians on it.
It's still it's a donkey head with him crossed out.
Why would they put a
crucified,
donkey head on him?
Because Jesus rode into Jerusalem on a donkey.
Why would anybody know that story?
Because the believers back then kept talking about it. They overheard
Talking
it.
about him riding a donkey, and that's what they decided to put on his face. Why
Like,
didn't they put a fish?
They were shouting Hosanna in the Bible. I'm referring to the Bible.
A lot more stories with Jesus and fish. Why didn't they just make him a merman?
I don't know, because maybe he didn't have a
You know what
fish
I mean?
tail.
or like a fish head or something? Like, why wouldn't they do that? Like, why does he got to be a donkey? Like, that's a really, really random story that most non-believers wouldn't know. Like, you ask any non-believers today, and you say, hey,
Christianity was like a big movement in ancient Rome, man. It was like the
Why?
next big like Jew thing because like
that was weird, but I mean, if you go around and ask a whole bunch of non-believers
The
today,
Jesuits. I should refer to them as the Jesuits, not the Jews. Sorry, that's rude. The Jesuits, they had their own thing going on, and then Jesus came, and he's like a rebel against them. Like he spoke up against them, and it was like a big movement. And
all right,
people
well,
were
listen.
willing to die for it.
I need you to understand.
I know.
That's
I sound unintelligent right now. I'm sorry about that.
No, it's not that, man. It's just that the evidence that you have provided is evidence that people will sometimes point to, but lots of times people get really far ahead of themselves and they assume that anything that could potentially link to Christianity must be about Christianity. The word Christ itself is not a word that started with Christianity. It is a Greek word, and it means anointed. In fact, lots of people think that it means just Messiah, or that the first time it was ever used was in the Septuagint, which is the Greek version of the Old Testament, and that's not even accurate. It is a term that just means anointed. All right, that's all that it means. In fact, it has roots on in mummies over in Egypt because they were embalmed and stuff. So, or anointed, if you will. So this kind of stuff, like, people will see the word Christ and immediately go, that must be us, because here's this Greek word, and I can't fathom the idea that it was from something else. So I guess where I'm going is that, like, a lot of these things that you're pointing out are not really evidence of Jesus. At best, they're like maybe evidence for Christians, kind of, maybe? Like, let's assume that the 3rd century Alexamenos graffito actually was of Jesus. And for some strange reason, someone decided, I'm going to put a donkey head on this guy. Okay, that's weird. It's strange, but it doesn't...
Well,
what? Okay, like, does that just means that the Christians were around at that point? It's fantastic. I said that the story of Jesus comes up in the middle of the 2nd century. Of course, there's Christians in the 3rd century. Why wouldn't they be there? That doesn't mean Jesus is real. That just means that the Christians are around in the 3rd century.
He just got mocked.
Okay, in the 3rd century. Jesus doesn't even make it halfway through the 1st century. How would 3rd century graffiti have anything to do with Jesus?
Well, I'm not pointing to that one main objective being like that's the only evidence that he's real, but man, like
what else do you got?
Well, I can't think of anything right now, man. But I know he's real, man.
I mean,
like
you mean like today? Is that what you mean?
Schizo.
Is that what you're saying?
What's that?
You know he was real is what you mean? Like you know that he actually existed back then?
Yes. Yeah.
How? If you don't have any evidence, how do you know it?
There's so many stories. Like, how did that story survive 2,000
There's a bunch of
years?
stories of Hercules, man. Hell, there's a Jewish Roman historian, Josephus. He mentions it in Antiquities of the Jews. Josephus mentions Hercules in his first chapter in Antiquities of the Jews. He mentions Hercules. So it's like, okay, what do you want me to do with that?
I don't think I studied that book yet.
Okay, and that's fine, but like, historians talk about Hercules.
But those stories sort of come from like 2,000, like 4,000 years ago, 5,000 years ago, man. Those are like mythology.
That far back.
By this time, you know, like they talk about Hades and they like.
Yeah, and the story of Jesus comes from 2,000 years ago. It's mythology now? Is that how that works? If it's from a long time ago, it was mythology?
It's so strong still. It's so strong and like...
Hercules is incredibly strong. That's kind of his thing.
I know. He's the son of Zeus. You know, like he's a demigod.
You know, and Jesus is the son of God. He's like a demigod. I mean, do you hear yourself?
Screaming outside my apartment.
Well, yeah, I don't know what that was. You should probably go check on that kid.
I'm gonna mute myself. I gotta check this out. My bad. Sorry about that.
Okay.
I mean, no, I'll be right back.
No, go check on the kid, dude. Jesus Christ. I'll mute you. You're fine. You're okay. Just go check on the kid. Oofta. All right. We're gonna move on to. I'll keep him up, but Judah Bruce, if you
sorry about that. Sorry, it's just some woman outside with her like a whiny kid. My bad.
And by some woman, I mean my wife.
Yo.
Anyways, well, 1 second, Judah. John Doe came back. He's on mute now. I think his wife is getting on to him now for calling her.
It's not my wife.
Woman.
I live alone, man.
Well, that's even spookier.
My neighbor outside, her kid's like getting mad, and she's trying to bring him inside, man. Sorry about that. My windows are open.
Okay. So anyways. So you're saying that a story from thousands of years ago about the son of a god who is a demigod is bullshit. And the story from thousands of years ago about a guy who's a son of a god who is a demigod is real. And you know
that's the way,
even though you don't have evidence for it.
That's the way it made it sound. You're right. Well, it's like me asking you, like, hey, like, do you have proof that the universe started with a big bang? Can you go back all those thousands of years and check for me before we, see all the stars and stuff like that? No. You're asking me like the sort of the same thing. Like, can you go back and check?
I don't have evidence, so I'm not
God
gonna,
is still
I'm not gonna say it.
awake.
And I'm telling you that I don't have evidence, so I'm not going to say I know it.
So what you're saying is that I should base my facts upon, or base my logic,
belief upon
Jesus,
facts.
upon
Yes.
facts.
Yeah. You nailed it. I don't know. You fell ass backwards into the truth. That's exactly what you're supposed to do. I don't care what you believe. I don't care if you believe in Jesus. I don't care if you believe in the great juju in the sea. I don't care. You just gotta. What you gotta do is make sure that what you believe is based in evidence. It's based on facts. And if you don't have any evidence for something, you should stop believing that thing, at least temporarily, until you get evidence either way. That's what you're supposed to do. What do you go around making a habit of like believing shit without any evidence? What are you doing? What are you doing with your life?
It's not shit. It's like the Almighty, man. Like,
okay, well, that's what the story says. But there's also a story that says that there's a little runt of a dog in a litter, and he's all red. And Emily Elizabeth Howard goes and loves it, and it grows up so big that she's got to leave the big city and go to Birdwell Island. All right, it's called Clifford the Big Red Dog, and it's awesome. So just because there's a story that says something,
to that, man.
well, like you have just the same amount of evidence for Jesus as we do for this fucking giant dog who takes shits the size of a garage. I don't care about
First
whether or
of
not
all,
you like a
there's
book.
no mural depictions of Jesus like on fucking ancient Roman city walls. And
You know
shit
what we
like
do
that.
have? Paintings of Clifford the Big Red Dog.
Yeah, but that's made by like a fucking artist that.
Cool. Do you
actively
not
made
think that the person
story,
who
man.
made any paintings of Jesus later on was an
Sure.
artist?
This is a big red dog compared to like.
Yeah, this is supposedly
the
somebody who
Almighty,
walks
bro.
on water compared to a dog who we actually have evidence that dogs exist. You see the problem here? One of these things you're going, we
I
don't
do
have
see the
evidence for
problem
that,
here.
so I'm not going to believe it. And the other one's going, we don't have evidence for that. I'm obviously going to believe that.
Well, I don't know, man. I'm just trying to say, man, you know, like you already said on your show, right, that you won't even hear testimonies from people that had spiritual experiences.
Yeah,
or,
because
like,
I don't care about whether or not
stuff like
Jesus
that.
healed you, saved you, or jerked you off yesterday.
Like, it's
That's not
meta
fine.
information to
That's
you,
not my.
man. It's
That's
like
not my
meta
concern.
information to you.
I don't care about whether or not you have a god or a deity or Jesus is next
Imagine
to you.
you got hit by a car and like the whole car got smashed up.
Yeah, I don't think
and,
I
like,
will.
You survived that car crash like by the will of something else.
Oh yeah.
By all means,
You
should
know
be
what?
fucking
That's a good
dead.
point. That is a very good point. The almighty, most powerful, all-knowing, everywhere being wanted to make sure that I survived a car crash so that a whole bunch of kids in oncology wards could die. Now, that being said, do you have any evidence for Jesus
hold
or
up,
Paul
hold up. What
2,000
do you mean by
years
a bunch
ago?
of kids in college die?
Do you have any evidence for Jesus 2,000 years ago, or do you want us to move on to Judah?
Let's move on to Judah.
All right. Thanks for coming out. All right. Judah Bruce, what you got?
I'll make sure I'm not muted here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Oh, how you doing, man? Yeah, so first time I've ever probably talked to anybody on a live panel like this. I was literally
doing great so far, man.
Oh, appreciate it. But yeah, was just literally getting off of work, and I was scrolling on YouTube and saw your thing, and I was like, "Oh, shoot, that's
getting
cool."
off at work."
Getting off, I love it. I love it. I'm here for it. I'm here for all the noises. But yeah, was getting off at work. A little suspect. But yeah, just getting off of work, saw your thing, and I just had a couple of questions for you just to clarify before I make any absurd claims, because I don't want to come off like assuming what you know, because I don't know any of your work. I see you have a strong following, so I was like, oh, this stuff looks interesting. So I guess my question for you is, what is your belief about the development and how Christianity started? And then what is your belief on how people ended up believing in Paul or believing in Jesus, I would say. So if I can get that information, then I can know what, what I could argue at least.
All right, so that's a pretty loaded question. I'm going to try my best to answer questions. I'm going to try my best. So you want how Christianity started and how people started to believe in Jesus.
Yeah, because you obviously don't believe in. Sorry for interrupting you. You obviously don't believe that Jesus existed or Paul ever existed. So therefore, you would say that they are probably 1st or 2nd century myths or mythology, essentially. Yeah. So my question for you is, how do you think that developed? That's a question I would have first and foremost.
Well, did you want me to just handle Jesus and Paul, or did you want me to handle Christianity in general?
Oh, let's Jesus and Paul. Let's stay with the question. I don't want to, us to argue straw man here.
Well, I mean, they kind of go in hand, so I'm fine with the concept of both. And honestly, if I don't explain both, then you'll probably be a little confused anyways.
Sure. Yeah, go ahead. Whatever you gotta do.
Christianity. So me and my data science co-partner, again, we're data scientists. We take a look at the New Testament, chop it into pieces, and use something called stellometry on it to verify our theory that the New Testament was actually in the 2nd century. Or written in the 2nd century, as opposed to the 1st, which is when most people say that the New Testament was written. This will immediately do away with Paul, and it shows us a lot of different things as to why there's so many errors in the stories, like for Jesus. And by errors, I mean geographical errors, errors as far as like third-person omniscient kind of style writing, like fictional type stuff where you're able to hear through walls. Basically, things going on that the main character or like the supposed author wouldn't have been privy to. That kind of stuff. let's see. There's a whole bunch of different problems there with it. But as far as Christianity itself goes, we think that Christianity is a mystery cult that shows up probably around sometime in the 1st century BCE, and then continues on through the 1st century CE until eventually in the 2nd century it ends up having some people who wrote or write some mythology, and these writings would be called the New Testament, and they present this character Jesus as well as a character named Paul, who's like his like mouthpiece, if you will, or his like apostle here on earth, his representative, if you will.
Okay.
So yeah, I mean, the people there in the 2nd century, they end up believing in Jesus and Paul because this is an interesting concept. It's something that is syncretic. It's tying in things that had already kind of been around. And for Jesus, at least, for Jesus, he's this deity who can walk on water like Orion. He can heal the sick like Asclepius or Serapis, even with his spit, specifically like the oracles of Serapis. He can, he's got necromancy powers. He's able to come back to life like plenty of dying and rising gods have been shown to be. He's born of a virgin at a certain point, which is another thing. He's got another thing that had been around for thousands of years. He's also got the ability to change water into wine, like Dionysus, who had been doing that for about 1,000 years prior to the Jesus story. So there's a whole bunch of different things that they're clearly seeing as being pulled from to create this. So it's easy for them to latch onto it. When you already have a belief in something similar, believing something, especially back then when a lot of people had a bunch of gods, it was just kind of easy to do. But you did have cults that focused on but you did have Hellenistic cults that focused on one particular deity. So it's not as if people believed in Jesus, but also, I mean, some people probably believed in Jesus, but also some other things. Some of the earliest writings that say like it's like a incantation kind of thing where they say, hey, you can ward off evil spirits by saying the name of Jesus and they'll go away. This book also includes other deities that you can say their name and the evil spirits will go away as well. So it's pretty clear that sometimes Jesus was kind of part of almost like a multicultural kind of pantheon, if you will, in some people's minds, where he's like some other gods. But Jesus is very clearly a syncretic story, a deity. Paul is following a trope that had already been around for quite some time. Seneca, in the middle of the 1st century, wrote 127 moral epistles to a false or to a fictional person. They are letters that are meant to be read as a collection and teach you how to be a good person. Likewise, Paul, we don't believe is a real person, and these aren't the size of like actual letters or anything like that. They're not sent anywhere. We don't have any letters back to them or anything like that. And people never have one letter. They always say that they have a collection. And the point of that is to read this collection and know how to be a good Christian, apply Jesus's teachings or the gospel to your life, or run a Christian church.
Okay. Gotcha. Good to know. And I appreciate you for explaining that for me. That kind of gives me your perspective a little bit better. I just want to preface this. The only time I have ever debated anyone ever for anything with anything was probably when I was, I think, 18 or maybe 20, 21, maybe. I don't remember how old I was, but it was Hebrew Israelites on the street. I was minding my business and they decided to be all loud and stuff.
A megaphone will do that to you.
Megaphone will do that to you. So I don't really, what I'm saying is I don't really debate or go on these platforms, but I will try to make my point across as clear as I can and not throw up absurd claims. So my first question for you is, because I would make a claim about the miracles and stuff, but obviously we know you have to have legitimate evidence outside of this person saw it and they thought it was true. That's not enough evidence. Well, I have things that happened in my life that I would say were miraculous, but for me to tell you that doesn't matter. You need hardcore evidence or concrete evidence
for the most part. I mean, if it's an extraordinary claim, it's going to require extraordinary evidence. I'm not just going to rely on somebody saying, "Oh, hey, I saw somebody fly the other day." But if you think we have eyewitness testimony to him, that's fine. I'll accept that. What do we have?
Sure. Well, I'm not claiming any eyewitness testimony. I'm just saying I want to give you some historical things here. So I listened for a second. I don't want to really get into the Tacitus and the Polycarp or the Josephus of Arimathea. I have Antiquities of the Jews right next to me, actually. So I don't want to go into that. But my question for you here is, how do you explain, you talked about the Gospels being something that was an invention in the late first century or early second century, correct?
Christianity or the Gospels? What did
The
you say?
gospel.
The Gospel.
The
Yeah,
gospel.
the first Gospel published at about 144.
Okay. So, with being said, with that argument, so that's an argument I've never heard before. I've always thought that the Gospels were in first century. But with being said, we obviously have apostles, and they had the apostles had their followers, and we would call those the church fathers. You get Polycarp, Ignatius of Antioch, all those things. My question for you is, how do you explain the development? Because obviously Christianity was spreading, and the Gospels or the at least spoken word of Christ was spreading, and people were obviously being persecuted.
When are we talking about?
We're in first century.
Okay.
So persecution for Christianity began. Obviously, you know that Nero blamed the Christians in 64 CE, or we would say. So they blamed the Christians for that. So there was a group of Christians during that time following. They're only Christians because they are following Christ, or you would use the word Krio or Christianos, which is that Greek word, which means the anointing one, or Mashiachs or Messiahs of that time. So with being said, my question for you is, and I'm trying to be clear here, I'm trying not to talk too much here, but how would you explain writings like the Didache that was in between 70 and 100 AD, the first epistle of Clement, the letters of Ignatius of Antioch, the epistle of Polycarp, and these are all people that were disciples of the apostles that were directly right under them. That's going to be including Paul, who was obviously, we would claim that he was persecuted, but I want to kind of argue more so for Jesus here. How would we explain the early church fathers having an understood, I guess, theology of Christ at that time, if he was only explained later in, I'd say, first or second century, I would say, like you would say?
All right. So the Christians, again, it's a mystery cult. It's a mystery cult that goes back to about the first century BCE or so. So them being blamed for the fire in Rome doesn't have anything to. Okay. What is that?
No. Hold on. What it has to do with is there's an organization of, you say mystery cult.
Yeah.
It's an organization of people that are all believing so much to the point where they would be persecuted and all dying together.
Persecution in the. What you're referencing there, I like how you said that you're going to skip over Tacitus, and then you mentioned something that's only found in Tacitus. So Tacitus's Annals, book 15, section 44 is what you're talking about there. There are 6 different stories about what Nero does during or after the fire in Rome, and only one of them says that he blamed the Christians. That is in Tacitus, and it explicitly says that the Christians admitted to it.
For the fire in Rome?
Yeah. There's not persecution. That's punishment.
Okay, so there was no point so are you saying that it is either a modern invention or a later invention that would claim that Christians were persecuted simply for their belief system?
Oh, yeah, they're definitely not persecuted. Pre who? Clement?
Constantine.
Oh, no, for about a 3 to 6 year period prior to Constantine, it's explicitly illegal to be Christian. And then in 312, the Edict of Milan comes around and says, no, we're going to fix that and make all religions legal. But prior to that, I mean, it really depends on what you mean by persecution. Because for the most part, most of the instances that we have, and you can actually read about this in Candida Moss's book, Dr. Candida Moss's book, The Myth of Persecution. The vast majority, if not all of the instances of persecution from the Christians and the Christian tradition prior to the beginning of the 4th century or so, they're not really persecution. It's really just punishment. Because, I mean, I know that the law is dumb, but there is a law, and had been a law for quite some time, that you had to worship the emperor as a deity. And the Christians, according to Pliny the Younger in 111, when writing to the emperor, he says the Christians, it is said, cannot do that. And it's like, okay, that's fine. I understand the law is dumb, but it's still a law. Like, they're breaking it.
Hold on. Let's be fair here, because example, would you say that the Jews were not persecuted during the time of Nazi Germany, even though it would be not allowed for them to do certain things? They specifically changed the laws to make sure that they did that. That's the point. Over time,
that's why I'm saying that. Yeah, dude. And so once it was changed, that was persecution. That's what persecution is going out of your way to go after one particular group, which is why I said that at the beginning of the 4th century, we have a period of time right before the Edict of Milan where it is explicitly illegal to be a Christian, and that is persecution. Prior to that, you coming out or your religion starting after there was already a law that said that what your religion does is illegal, that's not on the country, that's on you. Like, if there was currently right now is a law that says you can't sacrifice a goat in your backyard. That's been a law in America for a long time. But if I have a religion that I come up with that says, oh, hey, we have to sacrifice a goat in their backyard, and I go to prison for that, for animal cruelty, yeah, that's not persecution. That's being punished for breaking a law. That's on me. That's not on America. That's not how that works. Now, if I had a rule that said that in this new religion or whatever, that you have to wear, I don't know, shirts that are half yellow, half red or something like that, and you walk around with it, and then there's a law that says you can't wear red and yellow shirts, yeah, that's persecution. That's different. That's very different.
Would you call it with Jim Crow laws? Would you call it persecution if they would say that, hey, this is where whites go, this is where blacks go. We're in the South.
That's not really persecution. No,
No,
that's just straight up racism.
Right.
And I'm not saying that like the law was a good thing. In fact, I would be in favor of changing said law and making religions legal. I'm in favor of that. But just like I would be in favor of changing Jim Crow laws. But that doesn't mean that it's not that it's persecution or something like that. That's not how that works.
Got you. Okay. So you're basically saying that it's not persecution if there's a law that is general.
If there is a law and then the group shows up after the law is made and tries to say that law is bad or whatever and stuff like, then I mean you're punished. Now they could just like with black people here in America and in other places as well. You can get enough people to realize that this is not good and get the law changed. That's fine. In fact, that's beneficial for shitty laws like Jim Crow or you have to worship the Roman emperor. Like, those are shitty things, and I'm glad that they get changed. But nevertheless, prior to that, you're not persecuted. You might have a plight to try to change the law, but that's not persecution against you. That's not what that is.
Gotcha.
And so the later Christians tried to claim that they were being persecuted against because they have a martyrdom complex, because that makes it sound like an us versus them kind of mentality. And while, yes, they were punished for breaking laws and perceived as just lawbreakers at a certain point, that doesn't really mean that people are going around and saying, do you believe in Jesus? Okay, unalived. That's not how that works. That's just not true. So the myth of persecution is something that is absolutely caked into church tradition to the point to where today in 2026 we're still talking about it, where people are like, oh my God, like this is happening. And in fact, there's some cases where the church claimed persecution where they weren't even involved. Let alone persecuted. They weren't even punished. Like in the 90s, which ties back in with what you had mentioned earlier. You said something about Clement. So Clement and Ignatius, you said were disciples of disciples. That's not even, I don't even know where you got that.
No. You were quoting me. I said Polycarp.
No, I wrote it down. Clement and Ignatius, you said were disciples.
No. I remember we were talking. I said Constantine, and you said Clement. I was like,
no. This is in your. So first, you had made out a point. You said obviously first century Christianity was spreading, and then you mentioned Christians in 64 being blamed for the fire of Nero, and then you mentioned you called it the Didache or something, but it's the Didache, and then you talked about the dating of that.
Teachings of the 12 apostles. Are you familiar with the text?
Say what?
The Didache, are you familiar with that text?
It's the Didache. Yeah, that's how I'm able to say what it's actually pronounced as. So the Didache is.
I mean, it wasn't called that at the time, so English. Yeah, go ahead.
Right. So the date of it and everything like that. we end up with that. That was another point that you had made. And then after that, right after that, you mentioned Clement and you mentioned Ignatius, and you mentioned that they were disciples of disciples. If you want to add Polycarp in there, that's fine.
I might have been talking a little too fast. You got to keep. I tried to preface this, letting you know it's my first time coming up, so I might have been a little nervous energy.
Okay.
But
that's fine. But neither Clement nor Ignatius nor Polycarp ever say that they were disciples of the disciples.
Polycarp was known to be a disciple.
He never
of John.
says that.
That's just common knowledge from Bart Ehrman.
That's fine, but that's not what he says. In fact, I don't give a shit what Bart Ehrman says. He would even know that Polycarp never says, I knew John. That is a later claim from Irenaeus in 180 to 185, who said that Polycarp was a hearer of John.
So do you think that Irenaeus' claim, what would make that legitimate or not legitimate is my question.
So, I mean, it's just a claim. I can't trust it as far as I can throw it. Irenaeus also claimed that Jesus lived to be 50. Do you believe that one?
No, that's. Yes, I don't have.
So I guess it doesn't really. I don't really care. But that being said, go ahead.
My question for you is: so this was I was gonna go into my next question, and I appreciate you for. I know with debates you can get a little. We can go back and forth and say you don't know what you're talking about, yada yada yada. I don't really mind. I don't really care about all that stuff. I used to play basketball growing up, same thing. But when you're talking trash back and forth.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. But so my question for you too now is so when you're looking at, because you've made a decent amount of claims about the Gospels not being written till later, and you said you didn't care what Bart Ehrman says. I'm sure a lot of people bring him up to you.
So I mean, if he's got evidence for something, that's fine. But the only evidence he's got for Polycarp knowing John or hearing John is Irenaeus. So
that leads to my question. That leads to my question, which is, what would be substantial evidence to you rather than a person in history making a claim?
Well, I mean, I don't even really mind, as you'll find out if you continue to listen to what I've said. I'm not just saying in this conversation, but just hang out in the chat and stuff like that and hang around for a bit. I'll mention every once in a while that I don't really have much of a problem with the inner circle of Jesus, that James, Peter, and John, being individuals who may have possibly existed. I think the odds of them actually being historical are pretty low, very low, extremely low, but nevertheless, they could have existed as people who were influential in Christianity. Do I think that they were disciples of Jesus? No, that doesn't make any sense. And the timeline doesn't even really work for where you want to put, depending on where you want to put Polycarp and John and all kinds. It doesn't really make a lot of sense. Irenaeus is the student of Polycarp, according to Irenaeus, and he writes in about 180, 185, and supposedly he's born in 130. So if he was the student of Polycarp, that would mean Polycarp lives pretty far into the 2nd century, which would make John somehow over 100 whenever Polycarp heard him or something. It would be ludicrous. It doesn't really make a lot of sense. The dates don't really line up. The reason that people keep pushing this shit is because there's there's this concept that John was not only alive in 30 to see Jesus, but he lives for a really long time, and he wrote a whole bunch of different things while in exile. I don't know how Polycarp heard him while he was in exile. Doesn't make a lot of sense. But I mean, it's just kind of, they can say it, but it doesn't really line up. I mean,
okay, so somebody's saying something that is historical and they were around during that time. That's not enough. You need more evidence.
Irenaeus saying that Polycarp was a hearer of John. Where did he hear him? When he was in exile?
That's obviously going to be. No one's going to be able to know that information if we don't have it.
So I mean, do they exile people and still let them talk to other people, make speeches? What is?
Yeah, it's information we don't. That's
you know what I mean? At a certain point, the story, it just doesn't hold water. I'm fine with people saying.
Example: how long was John in exile?
The idea is that the idea from Christian tradition is that he is writing the Gospel of John and Revelation while in exile.
Sure.
Which would mean it would need to be sometime around 90. And if Polycarp lives into about 150s, 160s, is when he supposedly dies, about 155 to 167.
Right, but you don't have a
so,
timeline.
I mean,
how long John was in exile. So that's the first thing. You're assuming John is in exile.
But he's in exile in the 90s, according to Christian tradition. So at what point does Polycarp hear him? Like, what is he, like 4? Like, you know what I mean? Like, the story just kind of falls apart. Like, I'm fine with people making claims, but I can tell you right now that, like, Irenaeus making a claim that Polycarp was a hero of John is not like contemporary evidence for it.
Right, but can you see the fallacy in your own viewpoint? Is you're
No.
using Christian traditions. It's what Muslims do. We're going to use Christian traditions, and I'm going to trust that and for you guys' claims.
What Christian tradition have I trusted?
You literally just said, according to Christian traditions, John was in exile in the 90s. You just said that.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is that Christian traditions are bullshit. That's what I'm saying.
Right, you don't even believe in Christian
No, what I'm
traditions.
yeah, correct. It's called an internal critique. That's what this is. Like, what?
Okay, go ahead.
I mean, how would I be able to explain, like, Harry Potter didn't exist without ever fucking mentioning the Harry Potter books, dude? Like, that doesn't make any sense. Like, that's how that works. I have to be able to talk about what the tradition is in order to say that the tradition is stupid. Like, what I'm saying is that the Christian belief, these traditions that show up in the late 2nd century and everything like that, because we don't really have anything prior to the middle of the 2nd century from Christianity, really. So it just falls all apart because it doesn't line up with what history they're trying to tell. Like, the timeline they're trying to create does not allow for their traditions to fall on it. Like, it just doesn't. It doesn't make any sense. So I don't know what to tell you, man. Like,
so what would be my question for you is, what would be a claim? Because and this is another thing too, it's dated back and is common knowledge in Christian tradition. I can agree with you here that within the 90s, anywhere between 95 and 96, that John was in exile. Do we know how long he was in exile?
We don't even know if he existed. Like,
right. But,
within Christian tradition.
Now you're going, right.
Yes.
Now you're going, but we have to remember.
So which one? Critique. So I'm about to drop you, man. I'm about to drop you because at this point, it seems like you don't know what you're talking about. Because please stop. Please stop.
Go ahead.
You are conflating two very different concepts, and this is the historicity talk and the within tradition talk. And within historicity, we don't have any evidence of John at all. So if you're asking me from a purely historical standpoint, when was he in exile? I'm not going to be able to tell you that he even fucking lived, let alone was in exile. But within tradition, if we're talking about that, then we're going to have to either accept all of it, accept none of it, or you're going to have to tell me why we're able to accept some and not the others. And I can go through and I can find some of the tradition that seems to be corresponding with, like, a timeline that makes sense. Like, for instance, when Irenaeus, Tertullian, and Origen talk about Marcion, yeah, they're talking about him after his life, but Justin Martyr says that Marcion is still alive during his during his lifetime, so and still active. So what I'm saying here is that there are some claims that some of these church fathers make, and it's within Christian tradition that seems to be made a lot and does line up with things that even are potentially contemporary, like Justin Martyr and Marcion. But then there's other things that just happen once. And that is Irenaeus saying that Polycarp was a hero of John when we have writings of Polycarp and he never says it. And it doesn't line up with what other people say is the timeline for Polycarp and John. That's the issue. So within the internal Christian tradition, it doesn't line up. There's some things that would line up better, but it's still going to be Christian tradition.
Correct. So what I was trying to say and what I was trying to answer to was, you explained that you were doing more of a internal critique within Christian tradition that you don't believe in. So I was answering to that because you were claiming that how would Polycarp be connected to John in the first place if John existed? For the sake of the internal argument, we're going to say, okay, John did exist for the internal argument, not for you, but for the internal argument. Okay? So the lifetime of Polycarp, can you please tell me when he lived and when he died around that time? We know it was 150 AD, close to that period of time.
So again, we don't really know. It's just much later people who are making these claims. The earliest claim of Polycarp's death is from anywhere from 155 to 167. It's somewhere in that date range. I think 167 is when they say that Carpus and what's the other guy? Basically they put Papias and Polycarp in the same boat there. but it's like Carpus and Papillus or something like that. But anyways, the point is, they put him about 167 for their deaths. Now, there's an earlier claim that he dies in like or a later claim that it says that he dies at about 155 or so. But it's 155 to 167 is when we have his date range. For his birth, we know even less. The supposed date is like maybe 69 or something like that for his birth, but that is not from anybody until Eusebius in the 4th century.
Yeah, so that was kind of the point that I was trying to make there. I wasn't trying to be problematic or have a circular argument. I was simply saying, you said earlier, when would John and Polycarp even talk? And you said, oh, well, maybe when he was 4? You made that obviously you were being satirical when you said that.
Yeah, because like we've got to find a spot like after the supposed birth of Polycarp, but before the supposed exile of John.
Right, but that's where I'm trying to get to, is that it would make sense within that timeline, because if he was from 69 to 150, 155 AD, even if he was 140 something AD, is that when he died? We don't know how long John was exiled. We know it was within the 90s. So anywhere between 69 to 90 AD, Polycarp could have met John, and then we don't know how long when he got out. That's all I was simply saying, is you were making a critique internally, and you were saying it would have made no sense. And I'm like, no, it actually would make sense if they would have crossed paths.
Right, yeah. So the reason why he's exiled, according to Christian tradition, is going to be, it doesn't say when, it just says that like he's exiled by the emperor, all right? Unfortunately, it depends on what that means, because we don't have any evidence that. So, what you're trying to do, by the way, I guess, are you just trying to make a claim that like the internal evidence is fine, like the tradition is sound or potentially sound, or are you trying to possibly say that it's historical?
Sure, I was literally answering your claim.
Okay.
Of when you said that it would make no sense.
Okay.
Because my argument.
So Christian tradition could potentially make sense.
My brother, can you please let me finish my sentence this once, please? Just please. I'm simply saying my argument in the beginning, so I can stay consistent, was that how do we explain the church fathers who followed Christianity that early, and they followed the teachings of Christ and things of such nature that early? How do we explain that? You said, well, we don't have, and I explained Polycarp. And you said we have no documentation to say that Polycarp was a follower of John. Correct. Their timelines, if I'm looking at it from the view of Christian tradition, which I don't believe in, their timelines don't even add up. That doesn't make sense. I would use a different example if I was a Christian. And I'm saying, no, their timelines do add up. Polycarp's lifetime would make sense for John to meet him. Now, if you're saying he was exiled by the emperor on the island of Patmos, is what he says in Revelation. Yep. If you're saying that he was exiled and that was going to be a harsh exile, because if you're exiled by the emperor, you're cooked. If you're saying that, he still has a 20-year period to meet John before he even goes into exile. So that's all I'm saying.
Yeah, the issue there is the fact that if we want to somehow say that because Christian tradition is sound, that therefore we can use it as any kind of information within history, unfortunately, as sound as it might be, like from a dating standpoint of when they're trying to claim that he was born and everything, because very clearly the Eusebius claiming that he was born in 69 is well after the claim from Irenaeus that he was a hearer of John. You understand? So because if Irenaeus is making this claim in 180 and Eusebius is writing in the early 300s and knows full well that Irenaeus makes this claim, he's going to place the birth of Polycarp well into the 1st century in order to have this be a possibility. That's part of the issue here, because when we actually take, let's say that what you're saying is potentially or that is correct, and Christian tradition is potentially accurate, like their timeline is potentially accurate, like within itself or consistent within itself. Let's now lay it into history. The problem there is that what we have is we have a claim that an emperor is punishing and exiling John. And the reason why we think that happens in the 90s is based off of something that has now been disproven, which is the idea that Emperor Domitian in the 90s actually persecuted the Christians. he only persecuted the Jews, not the Christians. In fact, Nero would have been one that actually did interact
John
with
was
Christians.
believed to be a Jew, though, so he would still fit within that group of people. So whether
is he persecuted for being Jewish, or is he persecuted for being Christian?
That's regardless. The question is, was he exiled or not? So he could have still been exiled.
No, he's persecuted. The claim is that he's being persecuted because he's Christian, not because he's Jewish. That wouldn't make any sense. You wouldn't exile.
No, we're talking about the exile. We're talking about the exile of John right now. So if we're talking about the exile,
you wouldn't
of John
exile somebody because they're Jewish. Jews. That doesn't make any sense. Just one person?
No, you just said we don't know who. You said there was a persecution of Jews at the time. No.
Yes. From Domitian.
So is it not possible if during that time
John, somebody who apparently was like a Christian and trying to say that he was different from the Jews, to where the Nero was able to determine a Christian from a Jew?
What I'm saying were they persecuting Jews at that time? Yes or no?
In the 90s, yeah.
Okay, so if they're persecuting Jews, if Jewish persecution is heavy, then you're more likely to get exiled if you are a Jew and you do something out of order. So if John, who is a Jew who's already hated for being a Jew,
the persecution was based on their religion. He's not.
You're saying for following Judaism, essentially.
Yeah, not just the ethnicity.
Right, but the Christian
in
Jews.
Fact, according to you, according to Tacitus, even, if Christianity is true and it comes from Judaism and everything like that, then apparently in the 60s they were able to determine what a Jew was and a Christian was and see the separation.
Sure, but
so they wouldn't make any sense for Domitian to be like, oh, hey, here's this person who's very clearly Christian and has been for the last 60 years since Jesus died, and he's very clearly Jewish, so I'm going to exile this one Jewish person.
Right, of course.
And I'm not saying, it doesn't even make sense, as even if he was Jewish, why would they exile him by himself, like just one person?
No, well, you're creating a narrative where he's being exiled by himself. We don't know who he was exiled with, first and foremost. Obviously, he had scribes that were writing his visions, so therefore he was exiled with other people.
No, there's no evidence whatsoever that he had scribes. That's the point. It's a lot of the tradition. What you're doing is, because now what we're doing is we're comparing the tradition to history and seeing if it actually fits historical timeline. And that's the problem. It doesn't line up. And see, you're having to insinuate that there are scribes. There's no known scribes that John is with, or anything like that. It doesn't really make a lot of sense that they would exile somebody but also allow for him to write books and give him a scribe to do so. Why would they do that?
I can do the same thing back to you and saying you're insinuating that the belief here is that John got exiled by himself or singularly by himself. And
do you believe that they would exile two people or make sure that one was a scribe? Like, he's like, hey, that's my scribe, and let him write books?
He was on an island. They would be presumed to be at that time, given the context, with other prisoners. So there could be other
including
people
scribes to write books with? Like they give him pen and paper to write books?
Well, the idea is John was caught up in a vision and explaining it. So how you could be caught up in a vision,
writing it down on what?
Exactly. Well, and that's the argument, is they have we can sit here and say we believe in text or don't. But what I'm saying is, if
do you think they wrote it down?
The vision?
Yep.
That's what us Christians believe what the book of Revelations is, yes.
Okay. So they exiled him with other prisoners and made sure to give him plenty of paper and ink.
Well, and we don't know what was given to the prisoners. If you can explain,
it kind of sounds kind of weird, doesn't it?
Well, and then Paul has prison epistles too. So, like,
and how do I feel about Paul?
Terribly.
Yeah. So, I mean, in order for Christian tradition to be intact, like it might be potentially, even if I grant that it's potentially intact in and of itself, because of someone claiming that Polycarp was born at an earlier date when he knew that the task was to put him at an earlier date. Eusebius also did this with other people, by the way. In fact, other scholars acknowledge that, like, say, with Ignatius, he has a theological incentive to date him as early as possible in order to fill a gap. But the point is, not only do we have like smoke, so therefore there's probably a fire when it comes to Eusebius lying, but the main problem that I have here is even if you take this potentially intact Christian tradition, it does not line up with history, because what we know about history shows us that the Christians were very clearly a group that were known in the 60s, and that Domitian doesn't have anything to do with them, and Nero does. So if an emperor was somebody who was going to be doing anything for him, it would end up being somewhere in 60. If John was a real person and exiled by the emperor for his belief, it would be closer to 60s, not the mid 90s. That doesn't really make a lot of sense. In fact, the only reason the 90s is suggested is because of that later tradition that has been proven false by scholars, that Domitian had anything to do with the Christians. So where I'm going here, and of course you've got to insinuate that like he's exiled along with a scribe who's able to write all this shit down for him, which is an insane kind of concept anyways. But there's a lot that has to be done in order to somehow make this work. And of course, if he's exiled by Nero, who died in 68, then Polycarp, who's born in 69, according to an admitted liar Eusebius, couldn't have heard him.
Mm-hmm.
So where I'm going here is that there's a whole lot of different problems that we get into when we try to take the Christian timeline, this ecclesiastical history, if you will, and try to compare it with like reality, with what archaeology and what we have from contemporaries of the time, people who served under these people, who were alive during these people. The first time that we get any mention of John is by somebody who, quite honestly, wasn't alive to know him. Like, couldn't have been alive to know him. That's the problem. In fact, the first time that we get any mention of like who writes John, the Gospel of John, is Irenaeus, who was born in 130.
So the top scholars that, and this is actually something that I would want to know, and I'm probably going to, after this conversation, I appreciate it. I'm probably going to get off here in a second because I got to get going here. But I do appreciate the conversation because it's intellectual. You're not yelling insults at me. You're giving me facts. So I do appreciate that. I'll probably follow your work and see what you got going.
Well, there's not a river long enough that doesn't contain a bend. You just wait long enough, we'll start hurling insults.
Oh, I'm fine with that too. I'm okay with that too. But no, man, and I love the hat too. But my last question for you is, and this is kind of going in with your claims here. So with your studies and with your background, and I don't know if you've went to school for this or anything like that. Obviously, you know Christian tradition, a decent amount of theologians, even agnostics, Catholics, whatever. You have a history of people saying that the first gospel, which was Mark, was written in 70 AD or late 60s. So what would be your, I would say your rebuttal to that, or your obviously you don't agree with that because you said that the first gospels were written in the 200s, where most of
the second century, so the 100s.
Excuse me, I'm sorry. 100s, I'm sorry. But when we know a decent amount of scholars believe it was written in 70 AD.
Do you know why?
What is your refute? Say it again?
Do you know why Mark is dated around 70?
That's
There's literally only one reason.
Yeah, go ahead.
It's because in Mark 13 it mentions the destruction of the temple, and more conservative scholars want it to be not only a prophecy that Jesus gives his followers in the story, but also a prophecy for the person writing it. So in other words, the person writing it doesn't even know for sure that the temple is going to be destroyed. But most scholars don't do that. They assume that obviously if it's mentioning something, it's got to be written either right after it, during it, or right before it, where it seems inevitable. Does that make sense?
So basically, the scripture where Jesus talking about the temples, the stones being overturned and whatnot, that specific prophecy, they would say, "Oh, these are Christian, mostly Christian, or biased scholars saying he's trying to fulfill a prophecy, therefore it was written during this time."
Yeah, that the author is very clearly aware of the temple's destruction, so therefore they're writing about it. Either that, or it seems inevitable, and so they're writing right before the temple's destruction, or before the first Jewish-Roman War between 68 and 70. Does that make sense? Like that's why they put it there. I'm not agreeing with them. I'm just saying that that's why they put it there. And then they just stagger the rest of the Gospels. There's nothing to insinuate that Matthew was any less or more, really 10 years apart. So they just say Mark is in 70, so Matthew is the next one, and that's in 80, and Luke is right after that at about 85, and then John is from 90 or whatever. They just kind of stagger them out. Now, I'm going to ask you a question.
Sure.
If Mark mentions the destruction of the temple in 70, and that's how it's dated, which is true.
Okay.
Is there anything to stop it from being written in 90?
If Mark mentions the destruction of the temple in 70,
and that's how it's dated, is there anything stopping it from being written in 90?
that's a confusing question because please
Can
repeat
someone
it
in
again.
90 write about something that happened in 70?
Technically, I don't see why not. No.
Okay. Is there anything stopping it from being written in 110?
No, I'm following.
One more question. Is there anything stopping it from being written in 145?
No, you can write anything when you
Right.
want.
Exactly. You can write a story about the Civil War right now.
Yeah, and say it happened last week.
yeah. But here's the thing. The oldest, so the oldest thing that a text mentions is the earliest that it could be written, realistically. I mean, unless you want to say that, prophecy, well, all that kind of stuff. But from a scholarly standpoint, the oldest thing that's mentioned in the content of a text is going to be the earliest thing. If you write that story about the Civil War and you say the Civil War was Abraham Lincoln's 9/11, okay, now we know that this was written in what year at least?
Literally any time. Are you saying if there was a prophecy about it?
No. If you say that the Civil War was Abraham Lincoln's 9/11.
Okay.
That means your book has to come out in what year?
9/11, unless there was another 9/11 that happened.
Yeah. So it needs to come out in what year at earliest?
Anytime after September 11th.
Yeah, 2001. Yeah, exactly. So at earliest, it would need to be 2001. The latest a text can come out is when we have a copy of it that we can date, or when someone mentions it. Does that make sense?
Okay.
So
Go ahead.
So the earliest point, or the earliest point where we have a copy of Mark is it's roughly like, at earliest, it's the last year of the 2nd century. It's generally thought to be like the early 3rd century.
Okay.
So that's a huge range. Now we're looking at anywhere from like 70 to like 200. All right. But the first time that it's mentioned is before that. The first time that Mark is quoted, do you know when the first time Mark's quoted it?
I don't know. Go ahead.
About the 150s, about 155.
Okay.
So now we're looking at a range of about 70 to 155. All right. In fact, any Gospels, or multiple Gospels, the first time that they're mentioned by any Christians or anything like that is in the 150s. Justin Martyr refers to them as Memoirs of the Apostles in 155. So, if we dive in to the text itself of the Gospel of Mark, we can see that there's multiple things that show that it's definitely not written in 70. It's definitely later. For starters, we have the abomination of desolation. Well, you know what? I'll just go directly to this. The abomination of desolation is also mentioned in Mark 13. It says, "When you see the abomination of desolation standing where it ought not, let the reader understand, then flee Judea." All right. Mm-hmm. And this is taken by Jerome in the 4th century to be the statue that Emperor Hadrian places on the Temple Mount in the 130s. Okay. The reason for this is because it's tying in with Daniel, which is the only other book that mentions the abomination of desolation in the Greek. And it says that this is something that is placed on the Temple Mount after the first temple was destroyed, Solomon's temple. Mm-hmm. So because there's not really anything that's placed on the Temple Mount after the destruction of the temple in 70, but there is something in the 130s when Emperor Hadrian placed a statue on there, then that would be what it's referring to. And it says to flee Judea, which is what Emperor Hadrian did. He banished the Jews from Judea. In 70, they would leave Jerusalem or that surrounding area, but they were still kind of close to Jerusalem. In fact, Yohanan ben Zakkai he gets permission from Emperor Vespasian to start the first rabbinic school right outside of Jerusalem. So they're still in Judea. It's just in 130s, they flee Judea, all of it, because they're banished from it. So the point is, when it talks about this kind of stuff in Mark, it's identified even by early Christians as something that is going on in 136. Now, of course, in Jerome's mind, he's saying that Jesus is prophesying this. And he's, of course, coming from like the conservative scholar standpoint where it's a prophecy even from the author of Mark at 130s. But if we are dating text based off of the material that it's talking about, then that would be in there. Another thing, just in case you think that that's a little weak, well, it might not be as late, but all the Gospels include Joseph of Arimathea.
Mm-hmm.
And Joseph of Arimathea is somebody who shows up randomly. He's got one scene. He shows up. He asks for permission to take Jesus' body down, and he gets it and takes his body down. And ultimately, Jesus, survives. Well, not survives, but he dies and then comes back to life. In Josephus's and not Antiquities of the Jews. In Josephus's,
Antiquities of the Jews. Yeah.
Well, not Antiquities of the Jews, but in his autobiography, which is published in 99, in sections 420 and 421, he says that he, after the first Jewish-Roman War, because he was involved in, he was one of the commanders of the Galilee. So what he says is that he, outside of Jerusalem, after the war in 70, saw 3 men crucified. He knew them, and he goes to the Roman leader in charge and asks for permission to take the bodies down. 2 of the men die, 1 of them survives. Josephus's Aramaic name is Joseph. Josephus is a Latin name. It's a Latin version of Joseph. Arimathea is a place that we don't have any idea as to where it was.
I tried to look it up a long time ago. Nothing.
Arimathea is not a word. It's not a place. It is a portmanteau
right?
of his name. Guess who Josephus's father's name was?
I'm not sure.
It's Matthias. He is Joseph Barmathea.
So I assumed it was a family name rather than a place that he was from.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it says he's from that place there in the text.
Yeah, but if someone says something of someone, they usually think they're from that place, and Arimathea was not a place. But go on.
Right. Well, Arimathea is not a place, but the way that the Greek talks about that place is that it's a location in the Greek, as opposed to a son. Otherwise, yeah, because we have plenty of times where it says that that's like he's from that family, or he'd be from that. He's like the son of that person or something like that. But in this particular case, it would be pulling from Josephus's autobiography, because his name is Joseph Barmathea in Aramaic. He's literally Joseph of Arimathea doing the exact same thing at the end of the story in the autobiography, and the same thing in the end of the story in the Gospels. They're pulling from this material, and this material would have been published in 99. So, which is when his autobiography was published.
Can you still hear me, man?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, sorry, my girlfriend called, so I was just.
So that would make Mark and these other Gospels that especially rely upon Mark, because I mean, obviously, as you said, Mark would be the earliest of the 4 canonical. That would make Mark after 99.
Okay, so you're saying I see what you're saying. So you're saying the time that was dated with Josephus of Arimathea, when he said that this moment happened, that those things were later after Christ's
because they're
death.
pulling the material from him. They've more or less got this like weird quasi cameo from Josephus and from his autobiography. They've got like a cameo of him in this story here. We can actually see, and there's multiple scholars, even Christian scholars, that will acknowledge that the gospel authors definitely had knowledge of, say, like Antiquities of the Jews, Wars of the Jews. Yeah. And these are texts that come out as early as like 74.
So before my intellectual mind ends up asking you 50 questions, because I'm aware you're more studied in this stuff than I am. I just wanted to come on because I wanted to get your point, and then 2, wanted to argue my point. But you could probably have somebody come on after me, because I'm going to end up asking you questions. We're just going to end up having a back and forth conversation. But my question for you is, this will be my last one with this, then I can get going here. Is, with that being said, what's your view of Josephus of Arimathea? Do you think that his writings were crap, or do you think that the events were possibly true that he was talking about?
So really fat. So are you talking about like Josephus, like his history,
his autobiography? Do you think that?
Well, his autobiography, for the most part, like he's going to portray himself in a pretty positive light, but he was not. I mean, his story holds up because the material that we have in there, the things that we can confirm, do seem to line up. We don't have anything that seems to be too terribly off or anything like that. Every once in a while, he may give something that's slightly different, but he'll talk about things in 2 different books.
Okay.
Like, for instance, he talks about like the Egyptian, which is a guy in the first century that like led a revolt against, or like led an army against the Roman emperor or army, and then he like ran away. And he tells a story in Antiquities of the Jews, and he tells another story in the Wars of the Jews about the same guy, and it's slightly different. It still ends the same way, but it's got a little bit more detail in one that's a little different from the other one. So he does talk about things slightly different because he's writing in different different
And
decades.
what was the time that you said that he wanted to beg for the body of the person that was on the cross, regardless of who it was?
The book comes out in 99 where he talks about that, but the date that he does that is in 70 because it's after the destruction of the temple, or destruction of the Jerusalem, or siege of Jerusalem.
Got you. So
It's
your
like-
claim is that they could have had this figure that they turned into Jesus, essentially, or made important.
No, it's that they're pulling the story of Joseph of Arimathea, like that's
I
a
see what you're
made-up
saying.
character, but that they're pulling it from Josephus's book that they're very clearly reading from and getting information from.
Gotcha. No, gotcha. Well, yeah, I don't want to waste any more of anybody else's time.
Well, you're not wasting any time. I mean, a good conversation is better than somebody coming up here and just saying dumb shit.
Gotcha. Well, yeah, I appreciate you. I definitely learned a lot and learned how much I don't know in the sense. So I can say that. Obviously, I'm still a Christian after this conversation, but I'll have to do some more studies to be able to maybe come back and talk to you another day.
Yeah.
So.
If you don't mind, a little bit of a shameless plug here, but Christ Before Jesus is me and my co-author's book, and like I said, we take a look at the New Testament in Greek and try to figure out when it was written. And the main point of the book, it's not like an atheist book or something where we're saying, hey, Jesus, or we're not saying like, oh, God is not real, or you shouldn't be this religion, or I don't give a shit. But we're talking about like the dating of the New Testament, and then some of the ramifications of what happens there when you understand that the New Testament is written in the 2nd century. What does that do for some of the characters? What does that do for some of the material? And so we deal with that as well, obviously with Jesus and Paul, like what I'm saying up here. But definitely check it out. The link is in my bio, and it's also on YouTube on the profile. The ebook is just $3. It's not like it's going to be.
So I can get it on Audible or something like that.
Yeah, there's an ebook on Amazon. There is an Audible. Yes, if you like have like long car drives or something, it's read by me and my co-author. We do an audiobook there for it. There is a print version, but the ebook is just $3, like the electronic version.
Gotcha. Cool, man. Yeah, I appreciate it. Yeah, obviously, I still have my belief system and my faith and all those things. And, I obviously it's going to have to be a thing. Example, if you make a claim about Josephus, or if you make a claim about, anything with Mark or the history of it, or P1 something, I'm still not in that level of being able to debate those things because I haven't studied any of that stuff. But
are you
I
talking
am
about P1, like P2, that kind of thing? Or are you saying?
Before I came up, I heard you guys talking about it, and I was like, "Oh,
oh,
shoot,
are you talking about the manuscripts?
The manuscripts, anything?
Okay.
Yeah,
I didn't know if you were talking about the manuscripts, which are known as like P4 to 57, or P56, or P52, or
any
that
of
kind
the
of thing.
Ps,
Or I thought you were
any of
talking either that or like some dumbass like Philbro bullshit where they're like P1, like their premises and stuff like that they say. I thought that's what you were talking about, but never mind. No, you're talking about the manuscripts. Yeah, I talk about that all the time.
I'm talking about all the manuscripts and stuff like that, and I haven't studied too many of all those manuscripts, so it's definitely giving me the motivation to go out and study. So before I go off, any Christians watching right now, make sure you know your stuff before you come in talking and saying crazy stuff, because you're going to end up sounding stupid. And I do think that there is a place in historicity and archaeology for Christianity. But
what are you doing, man? You just removed half of the guests who were waiting because they know that they're just going to come up here and tell me I'm going to go to hell, and then my cowboy hat looks stupid.
Well, wait, I don't want to talk to those guys either. So, yeah, but, I'm a big fan of history and stuff like that. But there's obviously some more stuff I got to know. But I appreciate you for having me on, man.
Yep. Thanks. Shoot me a follow. I go live every weekday, so I'll be here tomorrow.
Well, perhaps I'll go back to school and then I'll face you in another couple weeks.
No, well, what you do is you check out the book, and that way you already have a cheat sheet of knowing what I'm going to say. Go like research and be like, this is where I disagree, and then you come back in.
I don't know, man. I'm gonna need a payment plan for those $3. I'm not sure, man. We'll have to see.
Take out a little ebook mortgage. Yeah,
penny a month. We'll figure it out. But.
Yeah.
All right, man.
Anyways,
have a
thank
good
you very
one.
much for coming up. That was Judah Bruce, everybody. Judah Bruce. W in the chat there for Judas. Not Judas. Jesus Christ. I said Judas. I put both of his names together. It's not Judas. It's Judah Bruce. Jesus Christ. Anyways, W's in the chat for Judah. Judas. I meant Judah. His name's not Judas. All right. Okay. Let me see here. Next up is aptly named Jesus Christ is God. And then I'm also going to pull up some other people.
Hi.
Go ahead.
Somebody invited me up here.
Okay.
So I'm not, oh, okay, Elizabeth. I'm not really interested in having a conversation with you, to be honest.
All right, sounds good. Next up is Tange Rain or something. Change Rain.
It's just a shortening thing of my last name. I did have a few questions. I will preface with I am not a Christian, but I do find a lot of your arguments fascinating as someone who is really into history, because it's within my understanding of a lot of things that aside from the miracles or a lot of other things and taught in Christian beliefs, I was led to believe that Jesus was existed at least as a historical figure, or at least as a pinpoint for people who are following the Christian religion to kind of put something on as the Messiah figure, because we've also seen that with a lot of other people claiming to be the Messiah throughout history for the Torah, right? So I'm just here and I'm interested in your explanation, or I guess belief of what why is he not real from a historical standpoint? Because I know that there are some sources that are a little bit shoddy when it comes to people who have interacted with him one-on-one, but he was definitely a guy, right? Or am I just misled?
No, I just sorry, you said the word shoddy and it sounds shoddy, you know what I mean?
Sorry.
Anyways,
no, I understand.
Sorry. All right. So really quick, before you got some good points, and I do want to address them immediately. However, I do have to get to some super chats really, really fast. So they're on YouTube. If you are watching and you don't want to come up on TikTok, TikTok is how I take guests. The link is in the chat. You can send a super chat on YouTube, and I will read it out loud. I promise, and I will respond to it. That's what I'm going to do really, really quick here before I talk to Tongarian or whatever his name is. What do you want me to call it? Tange? Tong?
Just Tange. Just Tange. That's it. Yep.
Oh, like tangerine.
Yes, that is what my username is.
That's what it's supposed to say?
Yeah, it's
Dear
just
God,
a shortening
dude, you
of
got
it.
some vowels in there that I don't think is in the word tangerine. And at least not in English. The tangerine
Yeah,
have
it
a
is
Y
what
in
it
it?
is.
Anyways, I don't know. It's been a while since I've spelled tangerine. Okay. So really quick, let's see. $2 from Everlasting Godstopper talking to Elope Note, I think. All caps says, make them pay to use all caps in super chats only. Maybe that's it. Maybe that's what we need to do, is just ban all caps unless it's in a super chat. If you want to put a super chat in all caps, you can do it. $5 there from Elope Note, still doing all caps, says, if you're feeling Jesus' heart, send this lost soul a super chat. He needs to feel the love of Jesus' heart. What an Elope Note, what are you doing? And then, thank you very, very much to your crazy ex-girlfriend becoming a member of the 35-Cent Gang there on YouTube. Thank you very, very much to my crazy ex-girlfriend. And again, I don't think I have any ex-girlfriends who I would deem crazy. Maybe a little strange, but I wouldn't say crazy. Definitely not crazy. I think I'm the crazy one. Probably. Elope Note, $5 there. Humans in 3100. Harry Potter was real because he's in the books and how it made me feel. Yeah, that's basically the argument there from that other guy. $9.99 there from Matthew Martz, 272, who says, what are the factors that contributed to the Christian takeover between Edict of Milan and the solidification of massive political presence? Trying to understand how the world was duped. Beefy Queefy, oh my God. Why? Stop making me say that. Anyways, so really quick, the Edict of Milan is in 312 and it makes all religions legal. This is from Constantine. including Christianity, which Constantine had a soft spot for because his mom was a Christian. But as the years go on, there are more emperors who were more like in line with Christianity. Some weren't. But eventually, Theodosius II in 380 makes Christianity the official religion of the Roman Empire. So it's just that it grows. In 312, it becomes legal, and once it has a legal status, like explicitly it is legal, it allows for proselytization to happen all over the empire and the world, really. Because even though it's not the official religion, it now has a legal right to continue to spread. And that's when it becomes lights out, and it becomes huge. And when it became huge, then the Bishop of Rome, which is seen as the headquarters of Christianity, aka the Pope, became very powerful. And so at a certain point, if you are going to actually maintain your power and your control over the people as an emperor, you're going to have to line yourself up with the most powerful religion in the empire. It kind of just makes sense. If there was a pope here in America, if there was somebody who was like, and even more so than like the president or the prophet or whatever of Mormonism, because that's dumb. But like if all the Protestants in North America or something decided that there was one particular person who they looked to, I don't know, fucking Joel Osteen or something, then the president would probably have to like deal with Joel Osteen quite a bit and would have to run things by him if everybody listened to every word that Joel Osteen said. And he said that he was speaking for God and everybody believed him. So that's kind of how it goes. It was more of a political ploy than really anything else. But eventually, you do have emperors who were Christian and actually did believe this stuff, like sincerely. But yeah, it just kind of grows over time. It makes sense that the first time that it becomes legal, it's not the official religion. That would take some time as it continues to grow. $2 there from Elopenope says, this is a paid ad. It's got electrolyte. That doesn't even make any sense. It's what plants crave. And then $2 from Elopenope says, tell them that you have a written book. Yes, I did. I did mention that. And then finally, $2 from Mr. Worm 2182 says, how do you explain Daniel 9:26? I don't, because prophecies are not evidence that anybody ever existed. That's just evidence that maybe sort of kind of somebody said that someone would. Maybe. It doesn't really matter to me. Prophecies don't really matter. You'd have to show that the prophecies were actually fulfilled, which is what we're talking about, in order for me to actually care about whether or not there's prophecies at all. Don't really care. But anyways, back to Tangerine. Your question was about like how I say that Jesus didn't exist when you've understood that there's like a concept of him being historical for quite some time, at least at the very least, like a natural guy. You mentioned Messiah claimants. Believe it or not, from that time period, we have, like from the first century, we have a total of 0 people that we know of, other than Jesus, if you think he existed, that ever claimed to be Messiah. In fact, in the 2nd century, in the 130s, we have Shimon Bar Kokhba, the leader of the Bar Kokhba revolt or the Third Jewish-Roman War. He doesn't really claim to be the Messiah that we know of, but his personal rabbi, Rabbi Akiva, said that he was the Messiah. That's about the closest that we have, believe it or not.
Mm-hmm. That's like where like a lot of my questions are coming from, because I'm Jewish. I've heard like a lot of things like about this. So I come from like a very different teaching about like I guess like Jesus, because it's not necessarily like in like the scripture of like it's this guy, like he like does like a lot of stuff. So a lot of like my teachings of it come in conjunction with us like learning about like different people who have claimed to be the Messiah. And
like
I
who?
just we had here wait let me
are you talking about here recently or something, like crazy people today?
It's like a way past like the second like century, but like they have existed like alternate histories of at least like normal people like claiming like I'm gonna be the guy.
Oh yeah,
because like you're gonna find that anyway,
later,
right?
Yeah, but I mean, how does that have anything to do with Jesus then?
That's why I wanted to get like your perspective on this, because I fundamentally do agree with like a lot of like what you've been like talking about and like the research for like things of a lot of the proof that we have for Jesus, like as like the concept of a guy, has been written by like people like way in the future, like talking about like his miracles and other stuff. I guess like my question is there like I'm sorry, I'm trying to think of a way to word it because it's just not something I've had other people ask like yet as I was like watching the debates. But what do you have for like the proof of like he just like wasn't like conceptually like a person who was like I guess spearheading like the early like starts of like Christianity, because obviously it can't just like exist from nowhere. Like an entire religion doesn't just like start like from like zero people. So there has to be
What
at
did
least like
Scientology
an
evolve
early.
from?
Oh, I don't really know a lot about Scientology, so I could not tell you. But I'm talking about like
Yeah,
more so the
so it came
concept
from
of
one
like how
guy who's a
religions
sci-fi
start.
writer. It's L. Ron Hubbard.
Yeah,
Scientology
so
did
that's
pretty much just come out of nowhere. Like it can. I'm not saying it did. I'm just saying that it can.
well, I guess
But we do see the building blocks of Christianity as a mystery cult going back to like the 1st century BCE. We see it over time. It evolves. There's offshoots of offshoots and blending in with the communities and the surroundings of these different churches and whatnot that eventually meld together or mold together into this Jewish figure that's supposed to be the Messiah there in Jesus. I mean, technically speaking, the first gospel is not saying he's the Messiah, but this Jesus figure does show up in about the 2nd century. That's the problem, is that it's a mythology that this cult that had already been around for some time just develops over time from
yeah, I guess
prior
that's
concepts.
what I mean though, because nothing isn't just like, well, someone wrote like a book. Well, that's like someone, right? And that's like a person. So it comes from that person who's writing this thing, and they're starting at least this idea that will then spiral into
Yeah.
a cult or religion or however you'd want to
and we see
put
the
it down,
pieces
right?
even before the first gospel that mentions Jesus. We have something called the Book of Elchasai, which is a book written during the time of Emperor Trajan, supposedly, which would be sometime between 98 and 117. And it talks about a Christ figure who comes to Earth multiple times through reincarnation. His name is not Jesus, and he comes to Earth alongside his sister, like a Sophia kind of wisdom character that's like the Holy Spirit, kind of. So we see elements that are similar to Christianity right before or similar to the Gospels right before we get the Gospels. Yeah, I mean, we just...
Yeah, because I operate on a very similar belief system, I guess, like to you, and like from like what like I've been picking up on through your explanations of, I don't think there was a guy that was performing a lot of miracles, but at least I was just like under the assumption of there's this guy who is at least claiming to do this, and he has a lot of followers, and due to that, the idea spreads. And from, please correct me if I'm wrong, is your claims that this like entire system already existed and they just kind of retroactively wrote in like this guy like as like an idea in
like
the
an
scripture?
origin story.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, that
I
they
see.
had like a mystery cult, and then eventually they had a mythology that said, hey, here's where we get some of our teachings. This is where we get some of our practices. I mean, Justin Martyr in the 2nd century mentions that there are certain things like the Eucharist and stuff that had, and even baptism, that had been around prior to the supposed birth of Jesus, like for hundreds of years. But Satan had gone in advance of Jesus into the world to deceive people and make them think that they should do the Eucharist and stuff like that to worship him. Hopefully you can see the problem with that logic. The point is, when we have these stories show up in the 2nd century, now this is a bit speculative, but as far as the intent goes, because intent is very hard to prove. But I would say the intention of these is to create an origin story for some of their teachings. So if you believe in healings, you're going to say, oh, hey, this is this deity that comes down and teaches us to heal people, or he can heal people. So we believe that he can heal. He also comes down and institutes or starts this new institution of the Eucharist. He comes down and tells us to do it. So that's why we have this bread and wine to symbolize flesh and blood. Later on, you even got baptism. Like, oh, he's baptized. So he's kind of starting that for our religion. And so you're just explaining where you're getting your traditions and where you're getting your rituals you're saying you're getting it directly from a deity.
hmm The reason I like asked all this and why I find it so fascinating is because when we look traditionally on how a lot of cults are structured, typically they're formed around a single person who is very charismatic and is able to pitch a lot of sales to people to like have them as like disciples to then like have them do labor in XYZ for their benefit. So I'm just wondering like what like
it's not
like has
there
like
are
this
different
idea
types
of that like he
cults.
was
This isn't a cult.
Oh, you know,
when I say mystery cult, that's not like it's not like Christians were running around acting as if they were like the Branch Davidians or something like that, like David Koresh or something. No, that's not what I'm talking about. Mystery cult of Dionysus, the mystery cult of Asclepius, the mystery cult of Hercules. These are things that they're called mystery cults. They're like small religions that basically say, hey, we are a group that worships this particular deity, and if you want like the secret knowledge that we have of this deity or something like that, or if you want to be part of this group, you've got to do this certain initiations into our group, similar to Christianity saying you have to take the Eucharist and be baptized, and that's how you're part of our group. We'll teach you the mysteries of the gospel, which is something that Jesus mentions and the epistles mention, the mysteries of it all. Like it's I mean, it's not a cult like centered around one person. It's not like a I think there's a particular term for that, but it's not a cult of personality or something. It's not a cult centered around one person. There are plenty of cults that just kind of develop over time, and they're not around like one person founding it really. It's just they worship something, worship a concept, and there's a bunch of people who just kind of take turns coming up with things that are part of these stories, and it evolves over time and becomes its own thing over time. Say like have you heard of the cult of John Frum? Like one of the cargo cults? So the cargo cults. Yeah, cargo cults. Yeah, for anybody who's watching, they're really fascinating to read about. It's basically a bunch of islands over in the Pacific where during World War II, America set up like a bunch of like temporary air bases to be able to refuel and restock and stuff like that, or rest or do whatever there for maintenance and stuff like that for planes. And eventually, these places were abandoned. But what we would find is that later on you'd have these cults that would start in these little islands that had to do with things that were left behind from these Americans who just kind of showed up out of the fucking sky and then just left and aren't around anymore, or the Allies and everything like that. And there's this one particular cargo cult that talked about John Frum, and that was their deity. And the prevailing theory is that someone showed up and said that he was John from wherever, like John from Dallas or something like that. And so they heard John from, or they maybe even heard multiple people like, I'm John from Dallas, and another guy, because John's common, saying I'm John from Cincinnati. And so they're like, whoa, John from. And so eventually this is their deity, and they call him John from. And it doesn't have to be founded necessarily by one particular person. It's just you get a group of people who come up with stories over time about something that they worship all together.
You know, I haven't thought about it in like that sense of just people, I guess, witnessing something that they can attribute to a miracle and then putting like a deity to the name for that. It does make a lot of sense. I guess like I've just never had that perspective on it, because a lot of like my teachings have just kind of been centered around there was like at least a person claiming a thing. Like, I know that's like very broad, but it is how like a lot of like religions have like gotten jump started. Sorry, I'm just like pausing to think, because like it's a very new perspective for me. I'm not like necessarily like disagreeing with it. I guess I just wanted more like context for that, because a lot of what other people were coming up here and arguing was like very specific historical texts, and I just had I wanted to come at it from a very different angle because a lot of my other questions were answered in the last debate.
Gotcha.
I guess, like, is there, like, what, like, at least, like, from you or your co-authors, like, perspective, like, have come to the conclusion that it's, like, more cargo cult-esque rather than, like, something of personality where they're just making things up about, like, a
because
person.
the stories about that person don't line up with history. That's the problem. And we see evidence of this cult prior to the idea of this person's ministry. We have an inscription over in Rome that mentions questions that dates between 16 BCE and 37 CE. And that would be over in Rome well before the supposed ministry of Jesus would like actually make its way over there. It doesn't even really make a lot of sense because the Bible says that they were first called Christians in Antioch in like the 50s.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, that checks out. I will probably look forward to purchasing your book because this is like a very interesting perspective that I've seen, and from what I've seen, you are a lot more like respectful of it, coming at it from like the more historical standpoint rather than religion bad grr or something like that. That is like all the questions that I have. I'm sorry if it was a little too like off topic from like the prompt, but I just thought it would be relevant like to like the broader discussion of like what like your of like the points you're trying to make.
Gotcha.
But thank you for your time.
Yeah, not a problem. That was tangerine, everybody. Orange glad I didn't say banana. All right, okay. We're trying things out. All right, well that's tangerine, everybody. Tangerine. All right. Is it fibers? Fibers, I think maybe fibers.
Yeah, fibers works. Can you
or
hear
is
me?
it fibres?
Hold on. Am I
Oh
muted?
yeah, I can hear you. I can hear you.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I didn't see the thing lighting up. Yeah, fibres, fibers. It's not a big deal either way. One, I wanted to say I really like the perspective on early Christianity, kind of starting to, or early Judaism developing these kind of Christian traditions that we see more formalized later in the first century. I think that shows that you've done some good research there. But I wanted to ask two questions, or I guess maybe three. One, what makes you disagree with the more accepted academic dating of like Mark, Luke, and whatever the other guy, Matthew? Because I know Bart Ehrman, he dates them in like the 70s, I think, and then like some conservatives put it closer to like 50.
Yeah, he's going to put Mark around 70. The reason he puts Mark around 70 is because of the fact that the reason he puts it over in 70 is because of the fact that it mentions the destruction of the temple, which happens in 70.
Mm-hmm. Right.
But you can write a story about the Civil War. That doesn't mean that it came out in the 1860s, right?
Right. And I kind of came over from your YouTube chat, so I missed a little bit of your debate. But
not a problem.
Don't you say you said something about the pillar, right? That I think you said Trajan built on the Temple Mount.
Yeah, he built a statue. I think it's him on a horse. I think, but it's in 130s. Yeah, that's Hadrian.
And you use that to date it later.
Well, yeah, there would be that, but then also there's just elements of the story that are pulled from like Josephus's Antiquities of the Jews, Wars of the Jews, and his autobiography, which was published in ~99.
And what would you say that is? Like Pontius Pilate, like as a character?
Well, Pontius Pilate,
maybe?
A lot of the information there that we have on him comes from Josephus, but
Right.
I'm more specifically talking about how Josephus, in his autobiography, which is published in '99, sees 3 people crucified. In 70 is when he says this happens to him. He sees 3 people crucified, goes to the Roman leader in charge, and asks for permission to take the bodies down. 2 of them die, 1 of them survives.
And what do you think?
So that lines up with what Joseph does, which is Josephus's Aramaic name or his original name, in like Joseph of Arimathea there at the end of the Gospels. So they're pulling from a narrative in Josephus's autobiography to tell a story there in the Gospels. So this would be most of this time.
So you're
But we
kind of
also
building
have
more.
things like data science, connecting these gospels to Marcion's Evangelion, which was published in 144. So there's different ways that we get to it. They're also not even mentioned until the 150s. So
One thing that you made me do, because I always kind of accepted Bart Ehrman's dating, was like actually go and look up what the first discovered like archaeological evidence of the Gospels were, and I was really surprised to see that kind of matches up
really
closer with your dating.
Yeah.
Even later actually than your dating, but
the first time that we get anything is P52, and P52 dates to, that's a fragment of the Gospel of John, and it dates to 200.
What would you say would be the motive of the Christians to use Josephus's text as the basis?
It's material about that time, and really decent material. A lot of stories are around that time. So if you're going to put your character sometime there in the 30s or the late 20s and stuff, it would make sense to pull from that kind of material.
Am I incorrect in saying that Josephus, he does mention a figure named Jesus, but you're asserting that
He
figure
mentions
is
multiple.
separate from that?
He mentions multiple Jesuses in Antiquities of the Jews. Sorry, not Antiquities. Antiquities of the Jews, but also Wars of the Jews. But the Jesus of Nazareth, like the Jesus from the Bible, he's not. He's mentioned in the Testimonium Flavianum. It talks about like Pilate and crucifixion and everything. But we can tell that line has actually been added by a later Christian known as Eusebius.
Well, if I remember correctly, there is two different translations, and one that they believe was edited, and then a second one that was more, it had a lot less Christology in it, and it doesn't look like it was edited by Christians. I can't go to a computer right now to look it up.
Right.
If you
Well,
have your co-author it yet.
That's because it's in Arabic, and it's like presenting it to like the Arabic population in the 10th century. So
okay.
Yeah. But as far as the Greek goes, like we don't have any Greek manuscripts that don't have it. Like don't have the interpolated parts. That's the problem. It's like all the Greek versions of Josephus's Testimony of Flavianum are the bad one.
Yeah. Well, I mean, can't we say that there is some type? What is it? This was another question that I had. What is your kind of like level of proof that you would require to prove the existence of one of these ancient figures? So like somebody
I'd go
similar
with
to like Socrates.
Are you talking about just anything in general? Like what would have me believe in Jesus or Paul? Or are you trying to compare him to Socrates?
The historical Jesus, like the fact that this guy existed. What would you need in order to show that?
I'd be fine with anything from the first century that talked about him in a mundane way and use their real name.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
But
Socrates we have like contemporaries for. We don't have shit like that for Jesus. Like there's much better evidence for Socrates than there is for Jesus.
And this is going to kind of lean into my next question, but Socrates, right? If I remember correctly, he's only ever written about as a teacher. We don't have like actual direct writings from him. We have contemporaries who said they learned underneath him. So we don't have any.
Correct. Yes, we don't have any contemporaries like of Jesus who say that they did anything. Jesus doesn't write anything. He doesn't write anything. Likewise to Socrates. But we don't have any contemporaries of him saying, "Oh, he was my teacher" or something.
And I think this is the more interesting. A lot of people call in here and talk about Jesus, which is why I wanted to call in and ask you, why do you not believe in Paul as a historical figure, since he would be, in theory, with the dating that I'm aware of, would be the closest to a contemporary with Jesus. So why do you not believe that he is a historical figure?
Do you think that we have historical evidence for Paul?
I believe that we have authenticated letters from Paul, correct? At least like a number of the letters have been authenticated.
Well, the reason they've been authenticated is authenticated. I put in air quotes, I guess. I should. Because they take a look at the book level and they compare like one book, like let's say Romans, they compare it to Galatians, and then they'll take the entire book of First
writing
Timothy,
style.
and they say the style of Romans and Galatians lines up together, while First Timothy doesn't line up with either one of them, and that's true.
Right.
But the pastorals are definitely not from the same people who wrote these others. However, if you have multiple authors in Romans and you treat it like one book, you're going to pick up on multiple styles and assume that's one person. So if any of those authors wrote in Galatians, you're going to see that style. Does that make sense? And so it's going to say that Galatians and Romans are connected, when in reality, you're just finding like maybe a little bit of it is actually connected in style because it's from a particular author.
Really quick, you're saying if you had multiple authors of one book, you would be able to you would be able to see that style translated throughout, like if a different person authored
so like
that.
if Romans was written by 4 different people, but you are treating it like it's from one person, and then you compare it to something that one of those 4 wrote, you're going to be like, oh my God, there's a match. And it's like, well, no, it's just matching one of those authors.
Right.
It's not matching everything. So when you dive in, and you zoom into like the chapter level, or putting 2 or 3 or 4 chapters together, if you cut it into pieces, you see that there's multiple authors in these texts, and sometimes they line up with other texts. My co-author and I, my data science co-partner and I, we take a look at just that. We take the Greek New Testament and chop it into pieces, compare it against itself, and then compare it to anything we can get our hands on in Greek from the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd century CE and the 1st century BCE as well. And we see that the New Testament shows up in the 2nd century, which would immediately do away with Paul because he's presented in the New Testament as somebody who writes in the 1st century. So if these are 2nd century writings, he's definitely out. But even if you want to say, oh, well, maybe Paul just wrote them in the 2nd century or something like that, all right, that's fine. I'll play ball with that. But nevertheless, there's still multiple authors in these texts, and he would only be a writer of like bits and pieces of like Romans, 2nd and 1st Corinthians, and Galatians.
But even if he were, well, actually, I have a question before I even say that. Do you, and you would know probably better than I, is there archaeological evidence that these letters do come from the 1st century, or are these kind of like a Mark and Matthew situation where we really only discover them in the 2nd or the 3rd?
What?
The letters of Paul.
Uh-huh.
So like the Acts of the Apostles and things like that. Are we only ever seeing those in like the oldest books that we actually have that make up those sections of the New Testament? Are the oldest of those books only ever discovered?
I'm not talking about the manuscripts. The manuscripts are well into like the 3rd century. I'm talking about the first time pen hit paper.
Okay.
Let alone are the manuscripts late. The actual
That's
the
what I'm
actual
talking about,
first
the
time that they're written is in the 2nd century. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Because
I was
that's
just
what we
wondering
analyze
what the
by taking a look at the that stuff. But yeah, that's yep.
Okay. And would you say that even like the construction of the idea of so you're saying that the Christians that were writing those sections of the New Testament constructed an idea of Paul and like presented him as kind of this author who's giving us these
yeah, kind of. He's like a pseudonym, if you will. They're saying, oh, hey, this is coming from this guy, and they're all writing under this like placeholder name kind of thing. They're like, oh, let's all write under this pseudonym and say that it's Paul.
And then, this is my last question, I promise. You're like, what is your guys' academic background? So do you guys like study the New Testament? Or are you guys just kind of interested
my
in
background is in data science.
Okay.
Yeah.
And same with your co-author.
My co-author's degree is not in data science, but he's been in some jobs where that kind of stuff has popped up. He was actually more familiar specifically with stellometry, which is the form of data science we use, because he was doing some work with, I think it was some text that some different people had written or something, and trying to verify the authorship of it or something. His degree is in religion and philosophy.
Okay. So you guys are kind of approaching it more from a data analytical perspective?
Yeah, kind
Just
of.
for like people
it's data science, but it's all. But the stellometry, that's not how we find the answers. That's how we verify that this theory that we're already finding from the text and from
I got you.
Put it all together. Like we had a theory that this is from the 2nd century, and then the data science just confirms that. It just provides it a backbone, if you will.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, cool. I'm glad I got you to talk about Paul for a little bit. Thanks, man.
Oh yeah, yeah. Well, yeah. But thank you for coming up, man. That was fibers or fibres or fibres, I guess.
Fibres, yeah.
I have no idea what it is, but thank you very much for coming up, man. Let's see really fast. Let me get to some super chats there. $5 from Alopno says, send a super chat if you agree with me that Jesus doesn't love this poor lost soul. At a certain point, I don't even know if the person is like a friendly or not. Like I assume they are, but I don't. I mean, but there's no way that an op would say this next thing. $10 from Alopno. Thank you very much. Says mods are greater than God, and then puts a white flag. What is happening? What is happening? Alopno is off the charts. All right, and then $2 Canadian there. Thank you very much from Dan is a Bay. Dan is Denisa Bay. I don't know how to pronounce your name. But it says Jesus is real. I don't know what you're on about, libtard. Okay. All right. Well, Jesus is real. No, I don't know what you're on about. Stick around, libtard. Also, I'm not. No. I'm not even liberal. What is happening? You dislike the liberals from the right. I dislike the liberals from the left. We are not the same. All right. The last Seraph. What's going on?
Hello.
What you got, man?
Yeah, are you a Muslim?
Me? No.
No. So why are you taking the time out of your day to come on here and blaspheme Jesus?
I'm not blaspheming. It's kind of hard to blaspheme when you're talking about
You're not
someone
a
who didn't
scholar.
exist.
You have no scholarly. You have zero credentials. You should
Zero
stay in
credentials?
data science where you belong.
Okay. So the data science
Zero
shows that Jesus
scholarly
and Paul didn't
credentials.
exist. Yeah.
Your data is based on
The
an
Bible.
atheist.
No, it's based on the Bible. The data is the Bible.
You
What
are
do you think
so
my data
full of it,
is?
dude.
Like, tell me
I
what
hope
my data is.
I hope I see you, because when I do, we're gonna have a really nice conversation.
Okay. What's the data that I use? What data do you think I use? All right. Well, he decided to leave, guys. Sorry for that. I thought that he was going to have a very astute observation about the data that I was talking about, and he just decided that he wanted to peace out. So that's how that goes. Sorry, guys. San Macho. Pilots and also, I don't give a shit if this is on YouTube or not. Here we go. Go. All right, Pilots TV, what you got?
Yeah, hey, I'm not a Christian, and I really believe what you're saying, but I want to know your sources and how you get to it. I know you and your partner are data entry. You've studied, I'm sure, history, and just give me a little bit of background and how you came to the conclusion, because I have a degree, but I don't have a degree in this stuff, and I wouldn't know exactly how to do the research based on this.
Like, how I did the research? Is that what you're saying?
Well, I'm wondering, yeah, how did you do it? How did you come to the conclusion? Is it just a bunch of documentation? You say there's documentation.
You read the Bible. You read the Bible and try to compare it to what we have from the first century that potentially verifies some of these claims, and see if it actually lines up with history. Because it's not a matter of how many times a book lines up with history. Because anybody can read a history book and just say, "Oh, this is Abraham Lincoln. This is Joshua Speed. This is Mary Todd Lincoln." You can say all this kind of stuff. It's how many times it doesn't line up with history. Like, Abraham Lincoln was a vampire hunter. Like, that's where you can tell that this is fiction. And there's a big
Right.
question. It's more philosophical, I guess. But at what point does historical fiction become just, well, fiction? You know, and at what point does fiction become historical fiction? When is it when you mention some people who actually existed? Because Pilate really existed. Caesar
Right. Right. No,
Augustus,
yeah, I
Tiberius, they really
understand. Yeah.
exist. But
Yeah, I understand. Well, I mean, I guess what I'm trying to get at. Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Hold on. I'm sorry about that.
all right,
Hold on a second here.
the doggies.
Hold on. Hold on. All right. Sorry about that. I guess when I look at the stories, and I call them stories in the New Testament because that's basically what it is. It makes me think of mythology an awful lot, like Romulus,
Yeah.
how he came about. I know that, quote unquote, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I know the first five books really, we don't even know who wrote them per se. And when I look at it, there's lots of Roman theology based in. What do you do? What's wrong? Something wrong with your hair?
Oh yeah. Something's wrong with the hair there. Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry about that. I have lots of things wrong with me too, so it's all good. Um, so, when I look at it, it does seem like that it does line up with a lot of mythology based on, Romulus, how he died, came back to life, and so on and so forth. And I'm just wondering, is some of the comparison that you're using to that too with made up stories or?
Mhm. I mean, of like Romulus?
Well, I mean, when I look at it, it's kind of like a mythological story. When I look at, Jesus rising again, quote
Yeah.
unquote, I mean, is that the way you kind of see it too, or?
Yeah. I just view it as like a mythology. Yeah.
Okay, and you just think it's been indoctrinated over the years by just so many people and so many churches, I presume.
Fuck. Fine.
One second there, John Doe. One second. But yeah, I mean, I would. Yeah. To some extent, I'd agree with that. Yeah. I mean, it's not that people are. I mean, some people might be actively lying, but I think a lot of it is just sincere or like pious lying or pious fiction, that kind of thing, where people believe that it's true, and so they just continue this fictional story because they feel like it means something, even if you didn't believe it was true. Like, I'm sure that there's been some popes that have been like, hey guys, I am the leader of the Catholic Church. I have access to everywhere here in Vatican City. I'm the king of this place. And I don't really see a lot of evidence of this, but because I still feel like the church itself does more good than harm, I'm gonna push forward with it. So
Yeah,
I mean, I see
I
that.
can understand that. Yeah, I can understand. Do you have a belief system, or would you rather not say? I can understand if you don't, but if you'd
Sometimes
rather
I
not say.
sometimes I let everybody know that I'm an adonatologist. Adonatology is my belief. Adonatology.
What I don't even know what that is. What is that?
Adonatology. Let's look it up here.
I mean, I could look it up, but
Do you have access to a computer in front of you there?
I'm really on my phone right now. But I've listened to you a few times, and it's really interesting listening to you. I do agree with you on a lot of what you say. But yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, adonatology. Let's see if I can pull it up here. We'll go ahead and pull it up here. Adonatology. There we go. Adonatology is a modern internet-centric religion and social movement that reveres and worships women with large, curvaceous figures, teaching that the female buttocks and curves symbolize divine creation, beauty, and higher spiritual power.
Okay. All right, I got you. I understand.
Really, there's only one commandment. Well, there's two. Like big butts, and you cannot lie. So there you go.
I appreciate your humor. So, hey, it's really good talking to you. I do listen to you, and I know you get a lot of backlash on things, but keep talking about the truth. I mean, that's the best way to do it. I appreciate your time.
All right. Well, thank you very much for coming up, and I would also suggest if you haven't already, check out the ebook because our book is $3 for the ebook, and it'll kind of walk you through like how we got to where we got, and even give you the tools on how to like check our work on the data science and that kind of thing. That
Sure,
side of it,
sure.
and it goes over a lot of that kind of stuff too. So I
Sure.
highly
I
recommend
absolutely
it.
understand.
Absolutely.
No, I understand it. I mean, I know that the quote unquote New Testament was written, basically 70 to 100 A.D. So,
I mean,
by
well,
whoever it was written
I would
by.
say that it's written about maybe 145 to 165.
Okay, maybe that might be more accurate. I'm
Well,
sure
I mean,
you delved into it.
that's what we're seeing. I mean, the current popular opinion is that it's written from like 70 to 90 or 70 to 110 or so. So,
Right. I understand. Okay. Well, hey, I appreciate your time. Thanks. Have a great day.
thank you very
I
much.
like your hat, man. I know you're not really a cowboy.
Yeah, say what? What was that last part?
I said, I don't think you're really a cowboy, are you?
No. So my co-author actually, he just sold. He was on he grew up on a dairy farm. I grew up on a chicken farm, so it's a little different. I did not ride horses around the chickens.
Well, yeah,
but yeah, we're from Texas, pretty rural Texas, and he just recently his family sold their dairy farm that he was working as a rancher there on that farm there. But so I'm not a farmer or anything like that anymore. He's not either, and it's been a while since I've rode or roped or anything like that. So I'm not a cowboy, I wouldn't say. I'm not even a really big fan of the Dallas Cowboys, but
don't say that too loud.
But anyways,
I understand. Well, I like the hat anyway. It's good.
All right, thanks. That was
thank you, sir. Have a good day.
That was Pilot's STB, Pilot Saint
You got
Bernard.
it. Pilot STB.
Right.
Pilot STB. No, it's initials for my name.
Oh, okay. That is Pilot Samuel Thomas Benjamin.
Oh, that's good enough.
Yeah, there we go. All right. Thank you very much for coming out, man.
Thank you, sir.
All right. Now we got John Doe. John Doe.
Hey, what's up, man?
Hey, so you were on here earlier. We talked for about 40 minutes or so. I'm guessing that you've got something new now?
Yes and no. The only thing that's new about me now, I got a few beers in me.
Oh. Yeah, that's always a good idea. What you want to do is talk to a guy who very clearly shows that he knows what he's talking about for 40 minutes, and then take a couple cans of liquid courage, shove them down your gullet, and race back online. That's always just the best way to live your life.
Before you meet me, I just wanted to talk to one of your followers. I wouldn't mind talking to somebody about Jesus, I'm sorry about that, man, but I hate that I have no evidence to give you, man. Part of our religion it's based off of faith.
Mm-hmm.
It's based off of belief, in him, but at the same time they give us commandments in the Bible, and I'm sorry I'm referring to it, but it lasted 2,000 years. So, it tells us faith without works is dead. So you can't just believe in him. You got to actually do the work. You got to go out there. You got to go preach to the
right.
people.
But
that
1
are
Peter
homeless.
3:15 also says that you should always be prepared to give a defense of why you believe what you believe when questioned or demanded of you, and do so respectfully. So it sounds like you
Right.
paid attention to the faith part, you paid attention to the works part, but not so much the evidence part. That's really weird. Why'd you
You're
do
right.
that?
You're right. Because a lot of us, some of us are more intelligent than the others. And
I'm not saying that I'm more intelligent than you, and I hope that you're not saying you're more intelligent than me. I'm just saying there was at least some point in time when you were convinced that Jesus actually existed, that there was some kind of evidence that was enough for you to go, yep, that is a real story. He actually existed in history. And all I care about is finding out what was that pushed you over that line, that made you realize that Jesus actually did exist. Because I want to know that.
Because I heard it. I heard his voice before, man. I heard
Wait,
his voice.
Were you the guy who was in prison?
No.
It was a different guy. Okay, yeah, a bunch of people like yourself have pulled up. But hearing, how did you know? How did you determine that wasn't the voice of
Somebody
Hercules?
else.
Hercules.
Because Hercules doesn't want to go up against Jesus and stuff like that, man.
What does that have to
He's
do
a
with
lesser
Jesus?
god.
You said you heard a voice. How did you know that wasn't Hercules?
Because I prayed directly to Jesus, and
How do you know Hercules wasn't doing you a favor? And he's like, well, you didn't call me the right name, but I'll still show up.
No. They don't do that. You gotta pray.
How do you know? Did Hercules tell you that he's not going to do that?
I mean, you could be right too. I could be being a dumbass.
Well,
You could be right.
It's not that you're being a dumbass. It's that you've just kind of picked a religion, and that's cool, dude. Just admit that you just kind of like it. But at the end of the day, the feelings is the only thing that you've got. Oh my god! And there's a cat that's looking at me, little kitten. All right. Anyways, we got.
Can I tell you a little bit more why I don't believe in a religion?
Well, no, not really. Do you have anything for the existence of Jesus or Paul 2,000 years ago? Yeah.
I mean, I love you, man, but you keep going back to that.
Yeah, because that's the topic.
I don't have proof.
I get. Well, I mean that.
All I have is belief.
Jesus and Paul never existed. Prove us wrong. If you come up here and you're like, I don't have proof. Well, it's like, well, then I don't know what you're doing up here. I mean, like, you know what I mean? Like, you seem like a nice guy, but like, come on, man. Like, I'm trying to talk about a topic here. Like, you're not gonna like show up at the book club and come down and you'll be like, all right, this is the fight club, right? Like, no, like
You're
that's
right. I didn't study the book enough. But anyways, I was going to ask you. Besides this point, what books are you selling?
I'm just, my own book, I guess. Me and my co-author's book on the New
What
Testament.
are the name of them? Maybe I'll buy
It's just
them.
Christ before Jesus. That's it. The same name as my username.
Jesus. Well, I saw two books there. There's a blue one and there's Christ before Jesus.
Are you talking about like this? Like this book?
Yeah. I thought that was your book.
Oh no. This is a book. This is a translation of the works of Josephus in the first century. That's all that is.
Who is Josephus?
Josephus is just a Jewish Roman historian in the first century. He was born in 37, died in like 100.
Did he die after Jesus or before?
Well, Jesus didn't exist, but if he did exist, he would be born and died after Jesus.
Oh. So basically in 100 AD.
Yeah.
All right. I know. So it's Christ before Jesus is your book.
You got it.
All right, man. Well, I love you, man. All I want to say on your stream is Jesus Christ is the way, the truth, and the life. I love you, man, and I'll let you go. That's the only way we can get to heaven is Jesus, man.
Because you, my precious little bitch boy,
Stop it,
are
sir.
tripping balls.
Bruh. All right. Anyways, that's about all she wrote, guys. That's about all she wrote. Let me check the super chats really fast, because over there on YouTube, if you don't come up on TikTok or request up using a link, you can send a super chat. If I get anybody else who's got evidence for Jesus or Paul to come up here on the chat, I'll bring them up, or on the guest request on TikTok, I'll bring them up. But for right now, I'm going to read these super chats. Jesus Christ. So a Lope Note, $2, thank you, says, someone is tripping. I thought I was tripping. And then $5 from Lono says, excuse me, but Abraham Lincoln was famous for hunting Illinois vampires. Illinois currently has 0 vampires. What further proof is needed? You know what? I honestly, I don't I don't think I can argue that. That's pretty much spot on. I don't know what to tell you. Don't know what to tell you. $2 from oh, apparently that was something from Profact 22. Oh, okay, gotcha. And then a Lope Note said, where is it? Honestly, we are getting a free college education. Wait, your message before that shows that you can very clearly write without using all caps, but then you continue to, you know what? I'm not going to do it. I don't care. You can feel free to use all caps in the super chats. $5 from Alan0465 says, in the 21st century, we can tell roughly when things are written because of vocabulary, even to the year. How granular is 2nd century Koine Greek? So certain vocabulary, the vocabulary changes really, really quickly in the way that we write and everything, because there's so many people who are writing. Because of the fact that we are able to write a lot, things are able to change and people are able to make themselves a little bit more distinct in certain areas, as opposed to learning from just a handful of people who are capable of teaching you how to read or write. So back then, it's not as granular, I guess is what I'm saying. If you were writing with the same, if you wrote at about the same time, your style would be pretty damn similar. We're able to tell the difference between like me and like my co-author. We even run in our book, we run stylometry on ourselves and we see that divide. But he and I would be closer together than like, say, me and like Shakespeare or something. But that's kind of how that works. And when you don't have as many people reading and writing and developing their own styles in certain areas and stuff like that, it becomes even smaller of a area, or less granular, I guess. Let's see. $2 there from Alotnov says, or $4, I guess, says, it's sad, but reality is harder than any drug. We love you, man. Heart. Well, thank you very much. Thank you. And right back at you. Also sent $2 that says, how to circumnavigate the mods ban. Jesus Christ, dude. I don't know what he has against the mods, but he does not like the mods over there on YouTube. I don't know why. Couldn't tell you. And then $5 there from Louis ZX and me, who says, so if Jesus didn't existed, what is the existence of Islam then?
What you just said is one of the most insanely idiotic things I have ever heard. At no point in your rambling, incoherent response were you even close to anything that could be considered a rational thought. Everyone in this room is now dumber for having listened to it. I award you no points, and may God have mercy on your soul.
All right. I don't even know how to respond to that. But yeah, the Quran is incorrect as well if it talks about Jesus, because Jesus didn't exist. So I guess maybe that's what you're looking for. I don't know. $5 from Polintafora says Jaren is the way. Oh my God. No. We're not starting all that kind of stuff. There's no Jarenites. There's no whatever it is, or beefy queefies, or whatever the person said. Dr. Jim said earlier. We're not doing that. We're not doing that. Nope. Not at all. Sorry.
You done messed up, Aaron!
But thank you for your kind words, though. All right. Yeah. No. Don't do it.
Oh, shit!
All right. So if it doesn't look like there's anybody else who's coming up. So thank you to anybody and everybody who stuck around longer than 30 seconds. 35-second gang, rise up. No, stop it. No, don't say Jaredites. Jaredites is even worse. Jarenites is like kind of related to my name. Jaredites is specifically the group of people who come over from like the Middle East over to America in 2000 BCE in the Book of Mormon in a tree trunk submarine. Don't put that evil on me. Don't you put that evil on me, Ricky Bobby. Don't do that. $1.99 from Profact saying, but why male models? Why? $1.99 from Being His Bond. It says, Paul was my best friend and Jesus paved my road. Jesus Christ, guys. But thank you very, very much. Nope. $20 there. Thank you. $2 there from Profolk, $2 there from Bingus Bond, which is an insane name, by the way. But no, you can't start the name Jaredites because that's, number one, it's not my name. And number two, that's going to go into like Mormon, we're not doing that. We're not doing that. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. No. 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 Nope. Don't like all of it. I don't like any of it. Okay. I was trying to read. Okay. Ash said, "I'm a yeehaw mythicist." Okay. I can get by now, and that's fine. And also, get G noted. $1.99 from ProFact22 said, "Jer Darts." No, no, that's somehow worse than Jaredites. Zorko Effect, $2. Thank you very much. Says, Jesus built my hot rod. Yeah. What is wrong with all of you journeyans? Wingo stars. I actually kind of like that one, but I'm not gonna. All right. Anyways. Michaela says, "Hey, at least we love you." Well, I love you guys too. Thank you very, very much. $1.99 from Felony Used says, "But why not melt models?" Stop it. Stop. Okay. Jaroniers, who do we hate? Movie night. Yeah, sometime here before too terribly long. I'm sure it'll probably be sometime before long. We'll do a movie night. I think, what was the movie that we were going to see? Oh, The Da Vinci Code. I think we were going to watch that in the Discord. I don't know how to set that up in there. Or do you just watch a movie and then how does that all work? I don't know exactly how that works. I think you did make a poster for that. Yeah, movie night there, Da Vinci Code. Ooh, that's a great book. Yeah, well, we were looking at potentially doing a movie night for Da Vinci Code because I've actually never seen the movie. But I want a way to be able to pause the movie and stuff like that and like talk about it and stuff. So I don't know, maybe I'll have to do some like sketchy streaming thing. Can you stream the movie in Discord? I don't know. Somebody let me know how to do it because I need to know how to do it. $5 further from Louis ZXMe. He says, "I was raised Catholic. How can I undo this indoctrination of the church?" A recovering Catholic is what you're called. By the way, thanks for that sound earlier. That shit was funny. Yeah. Anyways, let's see. How do you undo it? Well, first of all, as far as deconstruction goes, I mean, what you generally want to do is make sure that you understand that all hope is not lost. There's a lot of people who kind of like speed run, like getting rid of indoctrination or deconstruction. And what they do is they end up in a spot where they fall into this weird like depression or existential crisis because all of a sudden everything that they've known or believed to be true is not true. And so they question people, they fall for conspiracies and stuff like that. You got to make sure that you've got a good support group around you is what I would recommend. You can obviously do it, and it's different for different people. Some people are able to just kind of get through their deconstruction without any kind of issue. But others, they freak out and stuff like that, and you don't want to end up in a situation where you're turning to like substances and stuff like that, like substances that are like really rough on you and stuff like that. Obviously, if you need to have conversations about substances or anything like that, reach out to Heady Artist. Heady Artist is actually the host of Divergent States, which goes over psychedelics. But I'm not necessarily recommending psychedelics. I am simply saying that you got to be careful. You got to be careful whenever you deconstruct because there's going to be a lot of emotions that you go through. And yeah, so I would absolutely recommend being a part of like the YouTube or TikTok community there for people who are deconstructing. There's actually a Discord that I'm part of, Deconstructing Chaos. Need to try to get a link for the Discord there on YouTube somehow, but yeah, or something like that, where we can bring in some people, because I mean there are definitely a lot of people in that Discord that care about that kind of stuff. So definitely check it out. But yeah, just understanding that all hope is not lost while you kind of process a lot of this kind of stuff is very, very important. We got Madam Storm, $4.99. Thank you very much. Says, all hail Jaren, rise up, Jarenites, hashtags in the chat. No. Oh, God. No. $2 from the Jarenites. Okay, so we're done. We're packing it up. Nope. It's trash. Dump it. It's garbage. All right. Thank you very much, guys. Thank you to anybody and everybody who stuck around longer than 30 seconds. 35-second gang, rise up. And thank you to the people who have actually become members of the 35-second gang. They're on YouTube and on TikTok. Thank you very, very much. We are working on getting some more emotes there on the YouTube side. And let's see. Oh, ProFact$1.99 says, Jarenites, hashtag Jarenites, hashtag blessed. No, stop it. All right. And also, peace out, Girl Scout. Put me down for some Thin Mints. I will see you guys tomorrow. And as someone pointed out, that I don't have any kids this weekend or this week. I don't have any kids this week. So I am looking at potentially streaming a little later into the day, maybe longer streams possibly, or streaming in the middle of the night. Maybe. I don't know. You never can tell. I might be on, might not be. $5 there from Louis X. My people call me crazy because I say I believe in God, but I don't believe in Jesus. Am I wrong to say that? I mean, not necessarily. I mean, obviously, if you want to talk to like an atheist channel or something like that, they'll obviously get more into like details on God and stuff like that. And obviously, it does matter about like what specific God, because like the God of the Old Testament's kind of a morally bankrupt thug. But I mean, if you think like a creator or something like that, but you don't believe it, I mean, you know, it's fine. I don't get into like supernatural kind of stuff on here, not really. Yeah, I would just highly recommend that if you believe in anything, make sure that it has evidence behind it. If it doesn't have evidence behind it, at least pause believing it. Make sure that you got evidence behind it. Yeah. So are you wrong? Make sure you got evidence. DK Wood Design, $4.99 says Jesus had 4 biographies and multiple references by 1st and 2nd century historians. How is that not enough evidence? Well, I would say that the 4 biographies are filled with a whole bunch of different problems. I mean, there's also a biography, if you will, of Abraham Lincoln that says that he was a vampire hunter. That does not mean that he was. On top of that, if that was the only story of Abraham Lincoln that we were able to view, or if all the stories said that he was a vampire hunter, we would call into question whether or not Abraham Lincoln existed. And I would say that he didn't unless we had some other evidence. Unfortunately for you, we do have evidence for Abraham Lincoln that is contemporary, but we do not have any contemporaries of Jesus who talked about him. The 1st and 2nd century historians, there's definitely nothing in the first. What you're maybe talking about is Josephus, and that's interpolated into by a man named Eusebius, an admitted liar and church propagandist / historian who wrote in the early 4th century. The 2nd century historians, so Suetonius is a historian, doesn't mention him. Tacitus is a historian, potentially mentions him, but unfortunately that's interpolated into as well, sometime between the beginning of the 3rd century and the beginning of the 5th. We can go more into detail on that if you really wanted to, but we don't have any other historians really. Maybe Celsus, I guess, sort of, kind of, that talks about Jesus, but not really anything else. Well, he doesn't really. Yeah. Anyways, that's Celsus, but he's not a big fan of the Christians either. But he's so late that it's well after the gospel, so he's just talking about what the Christians believe as opposed to saying that actually happened. Alan Lacona, really fast. What you got?
Yeah, I'll keep it short because I know you wanted to leave. So I believe your main point for believing that the Gospels were written in the 2nd century, right? Or that what is it? Because it's what the evidence of what you're dating drives them back to, right? But just because the surviving texts are from that date doesn't necessarily mean that.
I'm not talking about the surviving text. The manuscripts themselves, the earliest fragment that we have goes to the 200. The manuscripts go to like the 3rd, 4th century. I'm not talking about the manuscripts. I'm talking about the first time that pen hit paper based on the content. Based on the content, the writings are in the 2nd century. The manuscripts are even later
But
than
the evidence isn't that those are the original texts, no?
Yeah, I know. I'm not talking about the manuscripts because the manuscripts we have are just copies.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm not talking about the manuscripts. I'm not dating the manuscript to the 2nd century. I'm saying the first time that it was written is in the 2nd century based on the content.
Okay, but
the manuscripts themselves are later, but those are just copies.
Yeah, but the writers themselves are saying that it's written in the 1st century, no?
No. Well, where in any of these writings does it say it's being written in the 1st century?
You can see that from... We have to use the church as the evidence because of the apostolic line that we have of succession, right? From Jesus to his apostles.
But we don't have any apostolic succession unless you just assume that Jesus or Paul or Peter or the disciples existed. But we don't have any evidence of... There's no mention of any of the disciples outside of Christianity, ever. Ever. In antiquity. They never get mentioned. None of the 13 disciples that are mentioned in the New Testament are ever mentioned outside of Christianity. So, like, what do I do there?
All my, like... I don't have, like, a bunch of evidence or any sources to cite. Just trying to have a quick conversation to understand.
Yeah, I know. Really fast. When you were off the app, I couldn't hear you. I don't know if you were saying something there.
Sorry. I was saying I don't really have a bunch of, like, evidence to cite for my arguments or anything. I wanted to keep it super short. Just
Right,
really understand.
but the apostolic lineage is like church tradition. They're saying, oh, these people existed and we can like trace our way back to that. I mean, it's fine. It's okay. But there's no evidence that that's the case. So I don't know where you're going there. I mean, church tradition of the Mormons is that the Native Americans in America or in like Mesoamerica, like Mexico, that kind of area, they can trace their roots back to Jewish people, but there's no evidence to support that. So,
yeah,
okay.
I mean, you don't have to use the evidence to believe that like miracles or Jesus being God is true, but I think to deny that Christ as a living person existing, I don't know, it doesn't really make
based
much
off
sense.
of what though?
Based on evidence that it exists, right?
What evidence? Is it? I mean, are you going to go get some? Like, are you off the app to go get some, or what? What do you?
I'm sorry, I don't know why my thing's cutting out. Hold on, let me think. Well, all right, it's funny music actually. That's funny. But well, of course, we're not really going to have majority of like outside sources from outside Christianity because at the beginning when it's founded, it isn't extremely relevant to people outside of the group, right?
All
Until
right.
we get
So
to
what
that,
evidence are you referring to then?
like essentially, right? I'm saying there isn't any because there wouldn't be any, right? There is.
Okay, how convenient.
There is.
There's also no evidence of Odin defeating all of the frost giants. And of course, if you look around and be like, well, there's no evidence that frost giants were even here to begin with. Yeah, that's how good he was.
Yeah, and
that's how good that Odin is. So I guess Odin actually
existence, right? But
yeah, cool. There's evidence of Pontius Pilate, but there's not any evidence of Jesus. I don't know what you're talking about.
I'm saying that there's less evidence of Pontius Pilate than there is Jesus, but we can agree that Jesus.
There's less evidence of Pontius Pilate. No, there's not. There's two contemporaries who talk about him, and an archaeological
yes, that's
item
accurate,
that
right?
we can
And
date
there's
to.
a lot of contemporaries who talk about Christ.
No. Contemporaries are alive at the same time. There's two people alive at the same time as Pilate who talk about Pilate, and then there's a stone that dates to his lifetime that we can actually like carbon date and see that it's from that time. So what are you talking about? There's there's a lot better evidence. There's archaeological and contemporary evidence, contemporary written evidence of Pilate, but we don't have either of those for Jesus. What are you talking about?
Yeah, so we have the stone and we have the contemporaries talking about, we have coins, right? But we also have the contemporaries of the apostles themselves and their writings that talk about Jesus, right?
Who?
Where
do we have anything from the disciples? What do we have from the disciples? He's back off the app, I guess.
I'd also like to reference a claim that you made
Okay,
earlier
what
about
disciples?
Christians
What
being-
disciples? What disciples do we have anything from?
Again, we have the claimed writings of Paul. We have the claimed writings of Mark. We have the claimed writings of Luke, right? Of Matthew.
Luke isn't a disciple. Mark isn't a disciple. Matthew doesn't say it's ever written by Matthew, and John never says it's written by John.
Okay, it's believed that these are written by these people, right?
Where? In the 180s when they first get their names?
When they go, okay, their names are translated from what they're actually called. They're obviously their names aren't literally Luke and Paul, right? It's how linguistics works, right? What we're giving out is a name in English, and their names weren't that, right?
The first time that we get
Right.
Matisyahu,
What I don't
the first time we get
understand
the first time we get Matisyahu, Lucan, Markios, and Giannis is in 180.
Okay. But I'm just trying to understand why, from the evidence that you've gathered yourself, are you in disagreement with what most modern historians would say that Christ did exist as at least a person? What puts you above their research, right? I don't I'm not have it all in my head, but would you agree that a majority of modern historians would say that Christ existed as a person?
They
Not
would
as
say
a
that he probably
God or
did,
a
yeah.
son. Yeah, but why does your research that you gathered make you believe that he doesn't, and why is it what makes your point stronger to say that they're wrong?
Because the texts that they're relying on are not authentic to the people that they think they're writing it, and the timeline that they think, or the time era, or the era of time that they think it's written in. That's the problem. Like, the New Testament is written in the 2nd century, not the 1st. That's problematic. Josephus and Tacitus are interpolated into. That's problematic. What you're left with is something that looks very, very different, that historians are leaning upon to say that Jesus probably existed, and once it falls down like a house of cards, there's just nothing to lean on. Not to mention the stories of Jesus that are found in the New Testament don't even line up with what we do know about the history of the 1st century.
Okay, that's it. Another, just one last point I wanted to question on was, I think it was some point in the live stream you mentioned Christians being mentioned in Rome before Christ.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't understand that, because I think the text you're referring to is talking about the Emperor Claudius, right? But he wouldn't have existed during that time period you're claiming us from.
No.
Yeah, so I don't understand what point you're making there.
What document? What do you think I'm talking about when I say that?
So you referenced Christians being mentioned in Rome and during 50 BC, right?
No.
I can probably people on YouTube can run that back. I believe that's what I had heard. But that text I believe you were talking about was from 50 AD, which would be around the time that Paul would have been in Rome.
No. It's not what I was talking about.
Okay. Could you explain what exactly was you were talking about?
Yeah, CILVI 24944. It's an inscription that not a lot of people are writing about, which is why your really quick Google search did not actually pull up anything but the Suetonius mention. I know what you're talking about, and that's not what I was talking about. This particular inscription is in Rome. It's written in Latin and dates between 16 BCE and 37 CE.
Okay, but I feel like that claim, again, doesn't really make much sense, because Christians wouldn't have existed before Christ, no?
Yeah, it's kind of my point, dude. It's almost as if Jesus was made up.
Really weak point. Even if he was made up, that still wouldn't make sense. If he was made up
how would that not make sense? If someone later on, they're not making it up while he's supposedly alive. That doesn't make any sense. They're making it up well after the fact and just casting him into the past.
Yeah, but why 100 years later, almost?
What?
So they're claiming that Christ, if they made him up, existed during this time period. Why? I don't understand.
They're getting it wrong because they're just bad at time. This is kind of how it goes.
I
But
think
I
they're
mean, it
just
kind of
making
depends on what what timeline you're talking about. In the 180s, you have Irenaeus, who says that Jesus lived to be 50. He's the first person to give us the names Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John for the Gospels, by the way. And you'd probably disagree with him on Jesus's age. We also have Melito of Sardis in the late 2nd century that says that Jesus was born in 100 BCE. That's weird. It's almost like they were just kind of making shit up as they went along, and finally this kind of settled on a particular date and time and story, and it doesn't line up with history. Because it's mythology. That's how that works.
Okay. Alrighty. Well, that's about it. That's all I got.
All right.
Yep.
You're still here. There we go. All right. So, look note there, $5. Jesus equals Timu Dionysus. Yeah, probably. Oh, that was from Professional Amateur 849. 849. Yeah. Oh my God. Why are all these people just popping? What's going on, XCZ?
Hey, what's up? Is my sound good?
It's I. What you got, man?
Oh shit, sorry. So I tried to do my own research about Jesus, but I just got a whole bunch of biased Christian sources that all just kind of agreed on the same thing. But I saw a lot of things like, could you explain Pontius Pilate? Is that how it's called?
Mm-hmm.
I was doing a little bit of research and saying that Pontius Pilate executed Jesus or exiled. Could you kind of, I guess, explain it a little bit further? That's just kind of what I saw.
Well, Pontius Pilate is just the governor of Judea, according to the Bible, who gives the approval for the execution of Jesus for the crucifixion. But while we do have evidence that he existed, very good evidence that he existed, that doesn't have anything to do with whether or not Jesus interacted with him or was a real person or anything. I mean, we have Barack Obama in the Amazing Spider-Man comics. That doesn't make Spider-Man real.
Okay, so could it be that he just gave permission to execute a guy named Jesus?
I mean, maybe, but we don't have any evidence of that.
Oh, like there's no work of him
Pilate?
giving the permission or of Pilate.
Nope.
Oh, really? Wow. Damn. Okay.
Yeah, he existed, but what we do know about him from contemporaries of him is that he was a person who did not give in to the mob or anything like that. And in the New Testament, it says that there was a mob that was basically screaming at him, saying that they needed him to crucify the innocent person, a person who he deemed was innocent as Jesus there, and release to them into the public from prison a rebel instigator named Barabbas. And apparently he went with that.
Interesting. Okay, so I'm hearing there's no evidence that he even gave permission to execute Jesus, and it was really just a misconception.
Yep.
Or someone.
Later on, some Christians interpolate into writers known as Josephus and Tacitus to tell a story about how Pilate does this, but they either make mistakes when they're writing it, and so you can tell that it's later, like Christians are writing it, or they're glazing Jesus too hard, and they make it too obvious that they're trying to write in there.
Interesting. So me doing my own research, and I love to watch your show too. It just seems like a lot of Christians who believe into the character of Jesus, just put their own stuff and call it historical. Is kind of what I'm hearing.
Yeah, pretty much.
Oh, interesting. All right. Well, that was it. Thank you.
Hey, not a problem. Thank you, man.
Yep.
Man, for the life of me, I can't get off this damn app. All right. Yeah, there's the letters between Paul and Seneca. Yeah, they show up in about the 4th or 5th century or whatever. It's because the Christians were really butthurt that Seneca didn't say anything about him. What's going on? Trashbin.mp3.
Hello.
Hey.
How you doing, man?
Doing good, doing good. What you got?
Good. So I'm just curious. So if there's like any historical records or anything like that that's written, would you say that like all examples of that would be like tampered by later Christians, or
We
is
do
that
have
sort of
things
what?
kind of
Sorry,
like
go ahead.
Josephus and Tacitus. Yeah, they're interpolated into by Christians. Yeah,
And so like
and
we
can
have
see,
evidence that they
we can see that, like in the text that we have of some of these things, like
Mhm.
the earliest manuscript of Tacitus's Annals that we have dates to the 11th century. And when we take a look at it here, let me pull it up here. When we take a look at it, we see the edit. Here's the word that it gets translated as Christians in the text. It's right there.
Mhm.
You see that gap in the middle? That's because they
I'm
erased.
I'm being so for real. Like I'm not trying to be biased in any way.
Mhm.
I really don't. It looks like the same texture. It doesn't look overwritten.
No, there's
I
a
don't
gap.
know.
It's part of an eraser mark. That's the thing. There's a gap
Okay.
in between this letter and this letter. This is supposed to look like an I, but it was originally an E. That's part of the E there. An I looks like
Okay.
this. It looks like a Y. Here's the I in Christus. Here's the I in Tiberius. It connects this letter to this letter.
So
We don't have that.
okay, I guess that makes sense.
This
So
is,
I guess
in
the thing
fact,
that
if it wasn't an edit, then why did they have to feel the need to put the word Christians in the margins over here?
to be honest, that sort of to me seems like a non sequitur. I don't know why something in the margin on the right would be related to an edit or anything like that.
Because the original word wasn't Christians. Why, if the original word was Christians, why would you need to put Christians in the margin?
I don't. It's sort of a correlation without causation. I'm not sure exactly. I see what you mean, where it's like the word you're saying when he wrote the document, the word Christians didn't exist, is what you're saying.
That's not what I'm saying. I don't
Oh, I
even know
thought
where
that's
you're
what you
getting
said. My bad. Okay, well, no worries. I was just curious then, like, if historians in general, even atheist historians, I myself, I'm agnostic, but the existence of Jesus Christ, believing supernatural events or something like that is totally different. But, like, you just don't think he ever existed, is what you're saying.
Yep.
And so you would say no amount of evidence like that, or the historical documents of like
No amount
people.
of edited things that is kept by the Catholic Church in the 11th century. Yeah.
Would you say that all of them, whether
What?
a senator he had written about it?
Sorry, you cut out there. What'd you say? Yeah, I
I
can't
was
hear
saying
you.
like Josephus, I would say is the most popular example, but then there's like a Roman senator who wrote about
That's what
meeting
we were
with
just
Christ.
looking at. And he didn't say he met with Christ. I can't hear you when you're off the app. So if you're saying something when you're looking at something, I can't hear that.
Oh, sorry. I was saying I thought we were looking at Josephus's writings.
No,
I didn't
that was
know we were
Tacitus.
looking. Okay. Well, I guess that's
And
pretty
neither
much it.
Josephus nor Tacitus say they met with Jesus. That wouldn't make any sense. The earliest of those two being
Not like
born is
met and
Josephus,
talked
and he's
with
born
him,
in
but like
37.
witnessed, but like saw him type shit.
Nah, that doesn't even make sense. Josephus is born before Tacitus, and he's born in 37, which would be 7 years after Jesus supposedly dies.
Got you. So do you think, oh, well, I guess you don't even think he ever existed. I was going to say if you had thought he'd lived 33 or 50 years, but okay, man.
Well,
No worries. I appreciate
he would have to be crucified during the reign of Pilate. And Pilate, he ends his reign in 36.
So you, but you don't
he
deny
would
the
have
fact
to,
that Pilate existed.
Yeah, Pilate did exist. Yes.
Yeah. I was
But
making
Pilate,
sure. I was like,
Pilate stops being prefect of Judea in 36, and Josephus is born the next year. So, I mean, it doesn't matter if he lives to be 30 or 50. It's still not going to make it to Josephus.
understood, man. I was just curious about what you thought. I mean, I guess your explanation is that they were edited. So, yeah. Awesome, man. I appreciate your time. Sorry for holding you up and maybe
No worries.
making you repeat something you had brought up earlier.
Ah, dude. I have that image because I talk about it every day, about 5 or 6 times. What's a seventh?
Okay, man. Have a good day. I appreciate your time.
All right. Thank you very much. That was trashbin.mp3, everybody. Trashbin.mp3. Kind of reminds me of that. Did anybody see that movie, Miss March? Did anybody see that movie? I feel like me and one of my friends growing up are the only people who ever saw that movie. That movie was funny but dumb. It was made by the two main guys of Whitest Kids You Know. Oh my god, I thought it was good. I mean, it was dumb, but I thought it was good. But there's a guy on there played by Craig Robinson, and his name, he's a rapper, and his name is horsedick.mpeg or something, like something ridiculous. And so whenever I saw that, like trashbin.mp3, it just reminded me of that. Miss March, that was the name of the movie. I thought it was funny. I don't know if no one ever said that they saw the movie, so I don't know if anybody ever saw it. Let me check on YouTube. I don't think anybody over there said that anyway. Nope. All right. Well, Whitest Kids You Know goated. Yeah, I mean they were definitely goated, but yeah, no one ever saw it. No one ever saw it. That movie had to have bombed or something. Did it bomb in the box office? It got a 5% on Rotten Tomatoes. I actually enjoyed it. A 5%? That is stupid low. Oh yeah, it did. It had a $6 million budget and it only got 4.6 in the box office. What the hell? I thought it was funny. I thought it was like decent. Like it's up there with like fucking what's that show? The ping pong movie. Balls of Fury and Miss March were about the same for me. Bro, you're losing your credibility. Anyways, thank you for sticking around, everybody. We don't have any more in the guest request. All of a sudden, as soon as I say that I'm gone, everybody just decides, it's time for me to hop on up. And then they come up and they're like, I know you're about to leave, but let me go ahead. And then the next one, I know you're about to leave, but what the hell?
What the hell?
Pretty much. All right. So, I'm down for anything with Craig Robinson. He's actually got a pretty funny role on this movie. It's pretty good. Okay, so I will see you guys later. 35-second gang, rise up. Peace out, Girl Scout. Will be down for some Thin Mints, and they're on YouTube. Thank Tube. You've been you, and you've been Tube.